Welcome to Gen X Adulting, and today we have Beth Stevens, also known as Bennett Peach, with us. Welcome, Beth.
Hello.
We're so excited for you to join us today. And our first question is always, what year were you born?
I'm a baby Gen X. I was born in 1979.
You just make it in.
That near the cutoff?
80's the cutoff.
I'm older than Nick, though.
You are? Okay.
I am older than Nick, even though he looks older than me. I'm a year older than him.
Yeah, we had Nick. Nick was on, and I was like, he might be, I think he's the youngest Gen X we've had, actually, now that you mention that. So you guys just made it in. But I mean, I still think 79, 80 kids definitely had 100% the Gen X experience, Gen X childhood, because even the older millennials did. Like the 81, 82, 83 babies more relate with Gen X than with millennial.
Yeah, and I've talked to some of my millennial friends because I'm on the cusp, right? It's this kind of micro generation that I think we've kind of created for ourselves called Zennials because
Yes.
it's like from like 1977 up until like 1984. And I think that it really says a lot that all of us had the same experience, and it's not necessarily because of our age, but it's because we were all poor.
Yeah. That's so true.
We were just all poor. We were forced to go outside to play because there wasn't nothing else better to do.
Yes, that's so true. That's so funny. Oh my God. I never thought about it that way. I've never had anyone on say that.
And there
but
was
that's
no
so
cheap
accurate.
like Chinese toys at that point.
No,
Hadn't
no,
offshored
no.
all of that
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it was, you were really outside figuring it out. Okay, where were you born?
I was born in North Carolina in a town called Durham.
Okay. And do you know how far back the generations go? Like, was it your grandparents that settled there, your great grandparents?
I know nothing.
Do you have family that lives there still, like extended family?
So all of my grandparents are deceased.
Okay.
So not really. I have kind of family all around the central North Carolina area. Some live in like Chapel Hill area. My mom lives here, like 3 blocks from me. So, that's kind of where we're at. But all of my grandparents are deceased, so I don't really have any family floating around.
Okay. Did your parents meet there in Durham?
So, so my mom, my mom met my sperm donor
Okay.
at a disco when she was 15 or 16 years old. She had skipped school with her friend, and she saw him across the dance floor. He had this long, flowing blonde hair, but he wasn't a blonde. Like he was sunny and dyeing it. And she said he had on these white bell bottom, real tight pants and this real beautiful, fluffy shirt or whatever. And she said she looked at her best friend and said, I need me a piece of that.
I'm dying that your mom was
That's
15 or
hilarious.
16 in a disco.
Yeah. She was skipping school back then. And they got married, I think, in either 1977 or 1978. And when she was pregnant with me in 1978, she found out that he was actually a gigolo.
Oh my God.
No.
He was a pavement prince, man of the night. Yeah.
That's amazing.
So she, yeah.
He said that's
In
amazing.
Durham.
Yeah.
In Durham, right?
Yeah, in Durham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when she was 15 or 16, when would have that been, like the late 60s when she met him? Like how old?
She was born in 59. So she had me when she was 20.
Okay, so that would have been like
Early
early
70s.
70s she met him, and
Early to mid 70s, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So and she had no, so when how old were she was 20 when they got married, or 20 when she had you?
She was 20 when she had me. She was 19 when they got married.
Okay, so she graduated from high school and then they got married?
No, she didn't graduate from high school. She dropped out of school whenever she was, I don't know, around the same age, 16 probably.
Okay.
But she did get her GED after I was born, and she had remarried to my stepdad. So,
Okay.
because after she found out my sperm donor was a gigolo, they divorced while he was in prison.
Okay.
And yeah,
That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's like 15, 16. She's going to discos, drops out of school, but falls in love with your bio dad, let's say your sperm donor, as you called him. But has no idea what he's doing, because he probably was doing that even when he first met her, I would assume.
Oh, I'm sure. He was a good looking man.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give it to him. He was a good looking man.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures. But I don't know if he was that good looking for somebody to pay for it. But apparently,
Something magical happening there.
Okay. And I mean, that's interesting that he married your mom, though, doing that. What do you think? It was because she got pregnant, or do you think they would have got married either way?
They were married whenever she got pregnant with me.
Okay. So he decided to try to commit and do this traditional marriage while still being a gigolo. Do you know what she thought he was doing for work until she found out the truth?
I never asked.
I wonder what she thought he was doing.
I never asked.
Yeah.
Just had a night job.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. Is it only at night?
Right, true.
They might be 24/7, depending on the mood.
That's true.
I mean, he was with a mom and a daughter at the same time. Like, they had contracted him separately.
Oh, and then together, they also
probably.
Yeah.
The 70s were a wild time.
They were. They were. So, do you know how your mom found out?
She found condoms in his wallet.
Okay. So
she was like, "What do you need these for? I'm carrying your child. What in the hell do you need condoms for?" And he was like, "Whoa."
So he just straight up told her what he did. He didn't even say, "Well, I cheated on you." He went right for the "I'm a gigolo."
I mean, I would assume, because then, something about somebody trying to run him over with a car, and there was a weapon involved. I'm not really sure. It was, like I said, it was wild back then.
Yeah. That's amazing. Okay, so she becomes a single mom. Does she like move in with her parents, or did she get like a little apartment for the two of you? Do you know what steps she took after they divorced?
So my mom, my great grandmother owned a trailer park in Chapel Hill, and that's where she lived, in a trailer in one of the trailer parks. And my stepdad and my sperm donor were apparently friends. And when my sperm donor went to prison, I want to say the conversation went like this in my head. This is how the conversation went. "Hey, I'm getting ready to get locked up. I'm going upstate for a little while. Will you take care of my old lady?" And he was like, "Absolutely."
Okay.
And take care of her, he did.
He's like, "No problem, bud. I got it."
No problem. I got you, right? I'm pretty sure.
Good.
I don't know if that's actually how it went, but in my brain, that's how it went. Because I have pictures of me sitting on my sperm donor's lap, and they're all sitting around a table playing cards.
Okay.
Yeah, so they knew each other.
And your mom knew your stepdad before they got involved with each other. They were friends or friendly or whatever in the same social circle. Okay. What did your sperm donor go to prison for?
Arson and attempted murder.
Wow.
And was that separate from you guys? That was just a separate situation. Was this after the divorce?
This was she divorced him while he was in prison for something else, but then he went back to prison whenever I was probably like 8 or 9. And that was for arson. And I think the attempted murder ended up getting like dropped down at some point, because he never got convicted of that, but that's what they charged him with to begin with, because the house that he set on fire, there was a disabled person inside.
Oh my goodness.
Like a wheelchair or whatever. And so they tried to hit him with that, but I think either he pled down or something. I don't know.
Right.
I just remember going to my visitation and asking my grandmother where he's at, and she said, "Well, unfortunately, he's not going to be here, and he's not going to be here for quite some time because he's in jail." And I'm like, "Oh,
okay." So you were aware of him? Like, were you raised to know he was essentially your bio dad, and that your
I always knew who my dad was. I always knew he was my dad.
Okay. But the relationship was limited because he was in prison, basically?
He was basically either in prison or in mental institutions my entire upbringing. So he was diagnosed with bipolar schizoaffective disorder,
Okay.
uh, with borderline personality disorder. So he's not quite right. Um,
Okay.
and so he's been in and out of my life all of my childhood and teenage years. And as soon as I became an adult, I made the decision that I went no contact with him probably 15 years ago. I tried as an adult to have a relationship,
Yeah.
but it was always very toxic.
Right.
He would always want to trash talk my mom and blame other people for his actions and not take responsibility for the things that he did. And I always loved you. See, I got your name tattooed right here above my heart. I've always thought about you. Yeah, really? You always thought about me? You never paid child support and you always did the wrong things that kept you from me. So that how could you really,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I cut that relationship off. He met my oldest child when she was just a baby, but he didn't even know that my youngest child, who's 25, even existed until his mother passed and I attended the funeral.
Okay. Okay. So
So
how long after they divorced, how many years were there, or how much time was there before your mom married your stepdad?
my mom married my stepdad in 1983, so not
Okay.
very long.
Like 3 years or so, right? You're both
I think she
29?
probably divorced my sperm donor probably in either 79 after I was born or either in 80. So yeah, somewhere
Okay.
between 2 and 3 years. And then my baby brother was born in 84. So
Okay. So they get married and then your baby brother's born. So you basically then did have that conventional family. It sounds like that family life. Was your
mhm.
stepdad, you viewed him as your father, would you say, growing up?
Yeah, yeah, he was the one that was present. So yeah.
Okay. And did you guys stay where you were living in the trailer park that your grandma owned, or did they move somewhere else once they got married and had your brother?
So we moved to a little town outside of Siler City called Silcope. And that's where my stepdad's parents lived. And they had chicken houses, my granddad did, two laying houses. And we had a single wide trailer like tucked up into the woods right behind the chicken houses.
Hmm.
And we did not have running water in the trailer for quite some time. And we did not have adequate power. So it was run from the chicken house, and we would have like a water hose run, and we had an outhouse and stuff. So that's how I grew up. That's why I was picked on as a child because I was poor.
Mm.
We got
Well,
it's one of those things where
yeah.
kids see that what you live in, and they judge you for that, and it is what it is.
What part of is that in Appalachia area? That town? What part of North
So
Carolina is
it's
that?
direct. Siler City is like directly in the center of the state. So we're about three
Okay.
hours from the beach, 3 hours from the mountains.
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
near Durham?
It's about an hour from Durham. Yeah,
So was this his dad's property, your stepdad's property, or was it your mom's property?
it was my stepdad's family's property.
Okay. So you grew up, they were essentially your grandparents and then your mom's parents. Were
Yes.
they, so that was kind of your extended family? Were there aunts and uncles and cousins?
So I don't have any first cousins. I
Does
know
your
people give me the face
Yeah.
whenever I say that. So my mom has two siblings, and they never had children.
Okay.
My aunt has Turner syndrome, and that's a form of dwarfism. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but
Okay.
that made it to where she could not have children.
Hmm.
And my mom's brother never had kids. I think he's been married once before, and he's married now, but he's never had any children either. So now my sperm donor, his sister had a son, but I did not grow up with him. I did not, you know what I mean? So I don't
Yeah,
really
yeah, yeah.
consider that a cousin.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Have you
whenever
ever,
people say, "Oh, you got cousins and stuff," I don't, because
right.
I just
Right.
don't.
And what
So,
about
and people,
your stepdad? Did he have siblings?
he did. He had a brother, and he did not have any biological children. He got married. Oh gosh, I was probably 13 or 14 years old, and she already had 3 children.
Okay.
But again, I don't really consider that because we didn't
Right.
grow up together. It wasn't. I had second cousins, but I don't have any first cousins, and a lot of people think that's very weird.
Yeah,
Which, I mean,
no,
I guess it is, but
I'm trying to think because I only had, if you're talking about first cousins, I only had, well, no, I guess on my dad's side. I was thinking about my mom's. I
I
only had two, but my dad, the Armenian side, because we reproduce like rabbits. There was a bunch of
my
first
best
cousins
friend as a
there.
kid didn't have cousins.
Your best friend?
Yeah, now that I think about it, I had a ton, but he didn't have any, and
Yeah.
it wasn't really a thing.
I didn't grow up with first cousins because my parents divorced when I was young, and I went to Oregon, and my dad was in Michigan. But I had second cousins, and they ended up being more like first cousins to me. I grew up with them,
right.
but my first cousins and I were not close. So, but yeah, but you're Irish, so again, they don't
Yeah, I'm at
stop.
the other extreme. I probably
Yeah,
have 20.
yeah, you have ones you probably don't even know about.
Yeah, probably.
So, with were you and your brother? Well, what was the age difference with you and your brother? What, like 4 years?
4.5 years. Yeah.
So
He was born in 84.
were you tight? Were you guys pretty tight? 'Cause it sounds like it was kind of like you guys. No.
No, no.
Okay.
And we're not close now,
Okay. Okay. So
even in
growing
adults.
up,
No, I think it's because it's like a 4 and 5 year difference,
mhm,
because, 79 to 84. Um, we just lived two totally different lives. By the time I was, going out and dating and
yeah,
job and all that other good stuff, he was still sitting on the floor playing Nintendo,
yeah,
so we didn't really have a whole lot in common.
yeah.
Plus, he used to decapitate my Barbie dolls and hang them from the
Okay.
treehouse. So,
Well, yeah, that would do it, honestly.
he was a little demented shit. So,
That would do
but,
it.
and
So, and it's not like you guys then, it sounds like you didn't have that period where sometimes when you're younger and there's a spacing, but then as you guys get older, you find common interests and get close at that point, but that never happened for you guys?
no, no, whenever I got old enough, I knew I wanted to join the military because I wanted to get the hell out of Dodge.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he tells me all the time that I just left him,
Mm. Okay.
because whenever I joined when I was 17 to the Army National Guard, and what they had back then, and I don't know if they still have it now, but it was called a split up. Um, and what you would do is you would, excuse me, you would go to your basic training during the summer of your junior going into your senior year. So that summer you would go and do all of that. And then you would come back for your senior year. And then after you graduated, you would go to AIT, which is where you learn your job. And so I was gone a lot. And I
Right.
worked sometimes 2 jobs whenever I was in high school because, my mom and my stepdad went on they separated for a little while whenever I was in high school, and we moved out. And in order to help with bills and such, I had 2 jobs after school.
Mhm.
I was waiting tables and doing whatever I could, trying to help provide for the house. So, I mean, we didn't really have a whole lot of time to spend together like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Um, and then whenever I got home from AIT, I want to say it was beginning of August of 1997. September of 1997, my unit was deployed to Bosnia, and I was gone for 9 months.
Okay.
So, like I said, he feels like I left him.
Right.
And he'll
But
tell you that if you ever ask him, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, she abandoned me. She just up and left."
And he's not even joking. Is
So,
he like kind of salty about it?
I think maybe he might be a little salty.
Yeah, yeah. There's an
I mean,
underlying thing there,
but
maybe.
I mean, it makes
Probably,
Yeah.
probably. I mean, it is what it is.
makes perfect sense. So when you were younger then and you started school, you said that you would get picked on. So in that town, was there was a very divided of kids who were affluent and kids who were poor? Was it really obvious?
Yeah. In the school that I went to, you could tell which ones were the rich kids. And they may not have, looking back, I don't really think these kids were rich. I think that they were just middle class or
Right.
upper middle class.
Right. But if
But
you
to
compare
me,
it, of course.
right. Yeah. But to me, it was like, oh, you got a house with 2 stories? You rich.
Right.
Yeah.
Or running water,
and
or
electricity. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, we didn't live like that forever. In 1988, they did buy a double wide, and
Okay.
that got moved in, and we had power and running water. But from like 1983 up until about 1988, we lived in that single wide behind, and they did put plumbing in eventually. But I do remember distinctly having to take showers outside with the water hose because we did not have plumbing in the house yet. And I distinctly having to go outside at night with a flashlight to go to the bathroom because there was the outhouse,
Yeah.
So
I mean, that takes the Gen X garden hose experience. You've leveled that up to like 1,000. Like no one can top that. It's like when we all talk about drinking out of the garden hose, you're like, wait a minute.
Hold my beer.
Yeah.
right. Hold my wine bottle here.
Yeah, I got
Or
this.
in my case, the box. Here, hold my box of wine.
Yeah.
I got you.
Absolutely. So, I mean, because that's a lot of years still, like 83 to 88. That's still, and those are formative years, like to have that experience. That sticks with you for sure. So, and it sounds like, were you kind of on property and on the outskirts? Like, were you able to do that typical Gen X, get on your bike, go hang out with your friends, be gone all day, and come back when the streetlights came on? Do you have
There were no street lights. There were
Okay.
no street lights. We were out in the middle of the country. Yes, did I get on my bicycle and ride for miles? Yes, but it was down country back roads. And if I wanted to go to my friend's house, that was like half a day's bike ride. And I would get to her house long enough to have a glass of water and say, hey, and then have to turn around and go back home because it took me that long to bike to her house,
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were out there.
Yeah, we were out there.
How did you spend your time? Like when you would get home from school, you're not latchkey. Well, what'd your mom do? Was she a stay-at-home mom or was she working?
My mom stayed at home until my brother went to school. So I guess that would have been probably around the same time we got the double wide, 88,
Okay.
somewhere around in there. She went to work, but she did night school as well to get her GED at some point because she used to take me to class with her. I remember sitting in a desk coloring while she was at school. So I have those memories of that. But she stayed at home with my brother and I until he went to school. And then whenever he started school, she went and got a job. I want to say her first job out there was like dispatch because she knew all the cops in town, like every single one of them. I couldn't get away with shit.
Yeah.
When I tell you I couldn't get away with shit, I mean it. Like they would have her on the phone before, they're like, Miss Stevens, I just want to let you know that we have your daughter right here. I mean, I could not get away with nothing.
That's
so,
like multi-level because you're already in kind of a small town, right? And
well, how big was it?
Yeah. How big was the town?
So Siler City is maybe a population of about 10,000, but it's growing. It's growing so much, and it was way less then. Back in the 80s, but now it's probably around 8 to 10,000, but it's getting ready to grow a lot. For some odd reason, they think that we should have a Disney themed freaking cul-de-sac home place around. Oh God, yes. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Wow. Yeah. It's called Astoria.
Yeah. I mean, is that like legit, like where Disney's like they're sponsoring it and it's an actual legit so many people are moving to North Carolina anyways. You don't need
we're full.
You're full.
No
like,
shit,
that's
I
what
bet
we
you
say
are
from Florida. We're like, please
we're
stop.
freaking full. Please go the hell home.
The South is full. Stop.
I mean, I need you to just stay. And what kills me, and I'm going to go on a tangent here because it pisses me off. I have lived in this state, this beautiful state of North Carolina, my entire life. I love this state because it is so awesome. We are, where I live right now, I am maybe 3.5 hours to the beach. maybe 3.5 hours to the mountains. I can go either way. And I know that that's why people want to come here.
Yeah.
They say that it's rural life, country life. It's so beautiful and you have all these fields. Well, the more you come here, the less the fields are.
Yeah.
The more you come here, the less country it is.
Mm-hmm.
The more you come here, the more it pushes us who've been here our entire lives out, because you have priced our property taxes through the roof and we can't afford to stay here.
Yeah.
And you left New York, you left Pennsylvania, you left these areas because it was so congested and it was so cityfied and all these other things. And then you come here and then you bitch because there's not a Starbucks 5 miles from your house.
Yep.
That's what happens when you move here, Sarah.
Yeah.
You smell cow shit and you're going to have to make your own damn coffee.
It's
That's
so
hilarious.
true, though. It's so true. And that's happened down here in Florida, where we just see it just
Well, they
getting
moved
wiped
here
out.
first. They're like, fuck this. It's too expensive. There's too much traffic. We're going halfway back, and they go in
The half
North
back.
Carolina.
Yeah. No. And South Carolina, too, has gotten hit real bad. The
Yeah, it's
Carolinas-
gotten really bad. It's
No,
gotten really bad. And I know it's because we have beautiful state. I get that. I understand. Come visit and go the hell home.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it is
Yeah.
gorgeous. We love North Carolina, but don't worry, we're staying here. We might
Listen,
not
I
get
don't mind
to
if you
go to
come here
Florida.
and you're cool. I don't mind if you come here and you're cool. Just don't try and make it like what you left, you know?
That's the problem.
Well,
Everyone
that-
leaves. They
yes.
go somewhere else, and they try to change where they go.
Yeah.
Go and
Yes.
enjoy it. Don't mess it up.
Well, they're
Right.
doing
Don't fuck it up for the rest of us.
Yeah, totally.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
You
what's
know?
happened in Texas too.
Everywhere,
it's
actually.
everywhere. I don't know. It's a whole thing. What you're talking about, people talk about down here too, because it changes just the whole demographic of the state too. And people complain about things. It's like, this is why we enjoy living here.
Have you ever been to
don't change
Orlando?
it.
You ever been to Orlando area?
A long, long, long time ago with my kids when we took them to Disney.
So what's happening there now is they're building everywhere, but there's some farmers that have held up or held out, and there's farms with like cows and stuff surrounded by like resorts
Yeah.
and weird country roads, because they're like, well, I live here, but it's completely swallowed them up. Yeah.
I love to see
I
it
love
the
that for them, though, that they're standing their ground. I love that for them.
Totally.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. No, every time we pass, I'm like, yes, hold on as long as you can. Yeah, but I was thinking, because the town you grew up in is relatively small speaking. So in small towns, people kind of know eventually what everyone's doing. And then if your mom knows all the cops, like, you really couldn't get away with, you had the double whammy right there. So all eyes were on you. But during that time when she went to work, were you latchkey then, or your grandparents were there? Like, was there ever a time where you were coming home to an empty house?
Yes. Yes. I came home to an empty house every single day because she didn't get off work until 6 o'clock, and we got off the school bus at like 3:45. And I would be responsible for my brother until my mom got home. Granted, my grandparents were just down the road, like within eye shot, like they could see our house. So it's not like we were completely, left to our own devices. But I mean, we kind of were. I mean, I did come home and have to fix my brother an after school snack and get him started on his homework and, things like that. And sometimes pull out dinner to start it.
Yeah.
Because my stepdad worked as a construction worker and he didn't get home until dark. So,
yeah, that's latchkey. That's the latchkey experience. But a lot
With
of
a
times,
little parental participation there.
Yeah. So for a lot of latchkey kids, they would do their chores or have their snack, whatever, and then hit the neighborhood with their friends. But you were so out there. What did you? I mean, assuming we didn't have homework. No one cared about homework back then. But what did you do? Were you kind of just out on your own on the property, like kind of entertaining yourself? Were you watching MTV constantly? Like, how did you entertain yourself?
So we couldn't afford cable. So I didn't have MTV until we moved to the trailer park whenever I was a teenager. until
Okay.
we had cable. So we did not have like a satellite dish or anything like that because we couldn't afford that.
Mhm.
And cable wasn't ran out into the area where I lived at the time. But since my grandpa had a chicken farm, I would go up to the chicken houses and help him pick up eggs for 50 cents a belt.
Mm.
After I got my brother situated, I would walk up the dirt road to the chicken houses and I would take a belt and I would pick up eggs. And that was my job. I learned how to drive a stick shift truck when I was 9 years old. I was backing up crates of eggs when I was
Oh,
9.
okay. Okay.
So, and then taking that truck to the store with a note that says, please let her buy a pack of Marlboro 100s
Mm-hmm.
for my grandma, you know?
Okay, so you're 9. You're driving a stick, a manual truck
Hmm.
with money and a note to go buy Marlboro Reds for your grandma.
Hmm.
That's
Marlboro 100s.
Marlboro
Marlboro
100.
100s.
Marlboro
100s.
100.
Hmm.
Again, you've leveled up the Gen X experience because we were walking to the corner store or going to the diner and putting money in the cigarette machine and pulling the thing and then bringing the cigarettes back. You drove there in a 6-shift truck at
That's
9.
hilarious.
Again, I don't know. I don't know if anyone can top your experience.
You're a country girl.
Definitely,
Yeah.
but like even though you're 79, you've already leveled up the Gen X childhood experience way more than we're 71, and I'm telling you, and I feel like I went through a lot, but I just had to walk to the store with the note, and I didn't drive. That's really cool, actually. So, okay, so you were working a farm essentially, like right that
Hmm.
after school, um,
Yep.
in school during your elementary years. What were your interests? Were you into athletics, art, clubs, theater, music, anything?
Nothing. I hated school.
Okay.
I hated to be there. I absolutely hated to be there. Especially when I got to high school, I tried to show up as least amount as possible, so much that I failed my sophomore English and I had to go to summer school
Okay.
because I
Okay.
hated it. I tried to learn all of my classes through osmosis, you know.
Was it because of the bullying?
I think whenever I was young, yes. But whenever I was in high school, it was, I think, out of necessity because I was working so much. I got my first job like outside of working a farm because I worked on the farm ever since I was able to go up there and do it, like 5 years old. I remember going up there and helping my grandpa. But whenever I got my worker's permit, I want to say I was like 14 and a half. I started working at a movie store, which was kind of like a Temu version of a Blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go in there and I would dust shelves. I would remove the boxes of the movies and just dust the shelves. And that was a really cool job though, because I got all access to all the posters and all of
Yeah.
Yeah.
the cardboard cutouts and stuff. I had a cardboard cutout of Patrick Swayze, like a life-sized from Dirty
Wow.
Dancing,
Man.
because they were going to throw it away. I was like, can I have that? And I took it home and I put it in my bedroom and I kissed that thing good morning and kissed that thing good night every single day. Oh,
I
I
can't
love
believe
me
they
some
were gonna
Patrick Swayze.
Yes, I can't believe they were gonna throw him away. That's sacrilege. Oh my
I
goodness.
know. I also got the cardboard cutout of Babe. Do you remember when that movie came out?
Yes.
What
Yes.
movie?
Yeah, they were going to throw that
The little
out
bib?
too.
Yes. Yes. No,
Yeah.
that's man. I remember when Twilight was out, we bought our daughter a cardboard cutout of
That guy Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor Lautner, and she had it in her room. And I think she also kissed that good morning and good night. But it would scare Brian every
Yes,
time he
I
walks by
almost
her room.
punched
He'd
it
be
one
like
time.
ready to like fight. But
Yeah.
you couldn't get them for free because Blockbuster was gone after that. So it's cool
Right.
that you were able to get all that merch after. Okay, so during elementary, you basically went to school, came home, took care of your brother, worked the farm, went and bought cigarettes in the truck. Um, was your elementary like kindergarten through 6, or was it like K through 8? The
It
school?
was K through 8. I think there is only about a handful of those types of schools in North Carolina, and I'm pretty sure they're all in this county
Where it's K
that
through
still
8.
exist, where it's K through 8. There most places separate the middle
Yeah,
schoolers from the younger kids,
right.
but yeah,
How,
Okay.
how old were you when you took one of your grandmother's cigarettes? What was like the first time?
I was 9.
Yeah, okay. No, I mean, were you
whenever
still
I
on the
smoked
smoking?
one of her cigarettes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have to get my grandma's. I would go into the ashtray of my
Okay.
mom's and steal some of her Merit Lights, like the
Okay.
butt,
Yeah.
and then go up to the chicken house and light it behind the chicken house. And
Yeah.
and I thought I was big shit back then. I remember taking my friend that was only my friend on the weekends because she didn't want to get picked on at school.
Oh my God.
I took her up to the chicken house one day, and I was like, "Come on, Megan, let's go smoke. Let's go smoke. Everybody's
Yeah.
doing it. Let's go smoke." She's like, "I don't want to. You're a bad influence." And she literally said that.
Oh
So we go up there, and I had stole like 2 or 3 butts out of the ashtray. I think my stepdad at the time smoked Winston's, and she was smoking the GPCs.
GPCs, man, I haven't heard that in
GPC
forever.
stands
Oh
for
my
General Piece of Crap. That's what that standds for. That is the shit that is on the floor
Yeah.
in the tobacco, warehouse or whatever. They sweeped up and threw it.
Got a
And then
little
they just
hair in
rolled
there,
it
some
up.
dirt.
Oh yeah, it's got like dust mites and all kinds of shit in there.
Yeah.
That is the worst thing. So anyway, we go back up there, and I had matches because I didn't want to get busted, so I didn't steal nobody's lighter. So I had matches, and I'm standing there, and we're outside, and I just kept doing this. I wasted probably 15 matches trying to light that damn cigarette. Finally got a hold of it, and I thought I was going to be cool, and I held it like I was smoking a doobie instead of a cigarette. You know, how you smoke like this, that's a cigarette. But if you smoke like this, that's, you're way cooler. So I handed it to her like this because I'd seen it in the movies. Here you go. And she took one puff of that sucker, and I swear to God, she coughed for 5 days.
Yeah.
We get back to the house, and my mama looks at her and says, "Megan, why are you coughing like that?" She's like, "I'm choking on the chicken dust."
Hey, that's quick thinking.
Yeah, she didn't sell you out.
That is quick thinking. Oh, the chicken dust. I love it. It probably was as bad as chicken dust. I remember doing that. I remember taking butts out of my grandma's ashtray, and she would smoke it down. So, I mean, I think I got one hit.
Yeah,
And it
mostly
was
filter.
so harsh, but I was like, oh, this is great. This is good. This is good stuff.
We felt like such grown-ups too. It's like, oh my God.
You had to hold it like a joint also because it was so short. There was no room.
Right.
So you're like,
right. They would just listen with them Winstons were so daggum expensive though. You couldn't afford to leave much.
Right. My mom smoked Virginia Slims. So I remember I would
There's
see
a lot of women back then that smoked the Virginia Slims.
Yes.
I know a lot of women that did that back then, but I remember distinctly her smoking the Merit Lights. And then when those got up to like, I don't know, 98 cents a pack, she was like, screw that. I can't afford that shit.
GPC.
These GPC piece of shit.
She had her limit and the 98 cents.
Oh my God.
I remember when I started actually smoking, like in high school, it was Camel Lights. I loved Camel Lights. And like all the other girls were more like lighter type. Although I had some girlfriends that smoked Marlboro Reds and I thought those were harsh, but I loved my Camel Lights. I think kids now, if they're going to do anything, should be cigarettes, not the vaping. I tell that to people all the time.
I'm still on the cigarettes. Although I'm, back in the 90s, it was really cool to do the organic American
You roll your own.
spirits. Okay, so I have a carton, it's not called a carton, a pack.
A pack. Yeah.
We have a humidor in our room where there's some dying cigars that haven't been smoked that have been sitting there for 10 years. But I have a pack of American spirits for my emergency when I need a cigarette. And it's organic because I'm like, they're healthier.
It's like a diet cancer. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, at least
a slow burn.
At least
I don't know.
But sometimes a good cigarette. But again, I think the vaping is worse. That's just my opinion. That's all I say.
think we need to go back to smoking. I think we do. I mean, listen,
it's coming back.
I look at it like this. I am 47 years old. And I'm a wino, and I smoke like a freight train, and I cuss like a sailor. Either my mouth is going to get me in trouble and somebody's going to off me, my liver's going to give out, or I'm going to get lung cancer. Either way, none of us are going to get out of this alive. Leave me alone. Let me say the word fuck. Let me have my alcohol, and let me smoke my damn cigarettes, and leave me alone. If you don't like it, walk away.
Amen. Amen. I'm telling you. And I will say cigarettes are coming back. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're
I
starting
have
to,
noticed, and I'm liking it.
it's great. Like
I don't feel like a leper.
right. Right. Well,
Yeah, you were on
because
your own for a while, I
yeah.
bet, right?
The
Yeah.
Probably 10,
judgmental
15 years.
assholes. Whenever I used to work with the public, I worked in the jewelry industry for many, many, many years, retail, and so we would have to go down this long ass hallway out to the dumpster area of the mall and get behind like this little thing and like with all the trash and the cockroaches standing there, and then you meet eye to eye with somebody else that's just as much as a heathen as you are, and you're just like, what's going on?
The smoker's tent.
And then if someone walks by you, they give you the look like, oh.
They do, the judgmental jackasses. I'm like, listen, Linda, mind your business.
Or they walk 50 feet away from you so they don't smell it. Yeah.
Oh my God. And I'm going to say what nobody says. I'm going to say the really honest part that nobody else wants to admit. I like smoking. I like the way it feels when it hits my throat. I like the way that it calms my nerves and makes me not want to murder people.
Yep. Yep. Oh, I'm telling you,
You'll stay out of trouble.
There is nothing like a cigarette. There isn't.
That's why I can't go to prison.
Yeah.
Because you can't smoke in prison anymore.
Oh, no shit.
Wow.
Yeah. My brother-in-law just got out of prison. He was there for, I don't remember how many years. And he took his first cigarette and he was like, this is the best shit ever.
That's like a double punishment.
Well,
That's like a double punishment, honestly. That's
I bet the price doubled.
I'm not built for prison. I'm not built for prison. I would be someone's bitch so fast.
Do you have a cigarette?
I am not.
Whatever you want.
I would probably suck toes for a cigarette if I was in prison. I would do probably about whatever they needed me to do.
Oh my God. It is enjoyable. And I'm telling you, mark my words, over the next year to 3 years, you're going to start seeing it again in movies. You're going to see it in TV shows. You're going to start seeing, because celebrities are already doing it and getting their pictures taken, and those pictures are being put out. So they've approved those pictures.
What's that one that she's maybe a model, Emily Ratajkowski or what?
I know who you're talking about, but I don't really follow her.
Well, no, she smokes. And they put stuff up on Instagram. They were her birthday party or some shit.
Yeah. And I've seen
everybody was smoking.
I saw an influencer. He's great. I don't know his name, but him and his husband host dinner parties, and they have a smoking bar, and they have cigarettes, how you would have the cigarette girls walking around. They have it on a tray where it's not even in a pack. You just pick up the cigarette, and then they have the fancy lighters and cigars.
I love that.
I'm telling you, there's going to be a flip. Okay, so I'm assuming in high school you were in the smokers section. What was yours called in high school?
So the year I started high school, about halfway through the year, we used to have a courtyard area. Our school was built in a box kind of, and in the center of that box there was a yard with concrete walkway and little picnic tables and stuff, and that was the smoking section. During half of the school year, I guess they must have had a big ass PTA meeting or whatever, and they decided all of a sudden that smoking was not healthy for us teenagers to be doing while we were on school property. So they banned us. We had to be off school property. So I would be across the street smoking my Marlboro Reds. Cowboy Killers is what we used to call them. And the cross country coach, he was everybody thought that he was the most handsome teacher that we had, and he was Coach Oakley. He was a very good looking man. He was gay. We did not realize he had a whole ass husband, but he was gay. But I mean, it was the 90s. It wasn't something that you kind of, it wasn't a known thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're in the South. It wasn't one of those things, but he was a cross country coach. And listen, I'm 5'2". I'm not tall. I have very short ham hock legs, but this man every morning would go, "You got runner's legs? Need to put them cigarettes down and come to practice." I'm like, "No. If you see me running, that's because the Krispy Kreme hot sign's on or the police is chasing my ass. I ain't running for shit."
Oh my God.
That's
So you,
hilarious.
Runner's legs, my ass.
wait, so would you be like off campus smoking and the cross country team would run by? Or was it
Yes.
the coach?
It was just the coach, but I mean, I'm sure that they did at some point because where we would smoke at, we were like kind of catty cornered to where the tennis courts were
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
track. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure they could see us. I mean, it's fine.
Was
It's
there a
fine.
smoking age back then in North Carolina, or did that come later?
I don't want to say you were 16 or 18
Yeah.
Okay.
at one point. I know that they changed it to 21 after I was already an adult. So
Right, right,
I
right.
think North
but I mean, I
Carolina
would go to the
started
bowling
all that.
alley with my parents. My parents were in a bowling league back in the 90s, and there was a whole ass cigarette machine right there beside the pool
Yeah.
tables. And
Oh,
if
yeah.
you got enough quarters, you can just go over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Pop
those
'em
Bowling
out.
alleys were the best, right? It was just
Oh God,
fucking
yes.
loud, an inversion of smoke on a Thursday night or whenever the league nights were.
Yeah, if we are bringing smoking back, which I hope we are, can we please bring smoking back in? Like, I want to sit down in a restaurant in a smoking section.
Yeah.
I would go back to waiting tables right now if they had a smoking section because I made more money than
Yeah.
Jesus working the smoking section at a restaurant. Smokers tip the best. Just keep their
Right.
drinks coming
Yeah.
and their
Yeah.
ashtray clean. That's
Yeah.
all they ask for.
That would drive me
And
crazy, but I'm all for it.
Yeah, because when
I'm
you,
allergic at this
yeah,
point.
he
well,
reacts.
no,
So
I mean, listen, put us in a whole ass different
I
restaurant.
just don't have to show up, but I don't,
No, I think that
I
they
think
should
it'd be great.
they could do restaurants that are smoking
Hell yeah.
restaurants.
Why
Like,
not?
Yes, I would definitely go to that.
oh my
We
gosh,
can't even smoke in bars, but you can vape in a
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's
And
fucking
I
crazy.
hate the smell of vaping. Like people say there's no smell. There's a smell. There is totally a fruity
Listen,
smell. I cannot stand
it's
it.
Rudy and
Ugh.
every single let's see, both three of my guitarists, my bass player and both of my guitarists vape, right?
Mhm.
And they will look at me dead ass and be like, "Here, try this." And I'm like, "I don't want to smoke something that tastes like strawberry shortcake, bud.
Yeah.
That's, first of all, that's weird, and second of all, ew. No, stop blowing that shit in my face."
there's a bar down here that you can smoke at. Remember that bar where Kai played?
Tackies?
Tacky's, but down in like fucking
The
Fort
other
Lauderdale
one?
or
Yeah,
wherever
the
the hell that was.
Pompano. You can smoke
After
there?
a certain time of night, you're allowed to smoke in this bar.
And see,
See,
that,
I
that's a good
think that
compromise.
should be allowed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good compromise. And you're right. If people are drinking and smoking, they're happy and relaxed. They're going to spend money. They're going to tip. I would love to see ashtrays come back because the artwork of ashtrays. I mean, first of all, don't even
Bruh.
talk about the ones we made. We made in elementary school for our parents
Yeah.
and gave them as gifts. but-
Ceramics class. you're right. I
Oh,
totally forgot about
Jesus.
that shit.
ashtrays, but the ones you could go buy in stores,
Yeah.
I miss that. I would love to see ashtrays come back. Even if it
Yeah.
wasn't for smoking, we need to find a new purpose because those things were,
Even those
you know.
cheap, shitty plastic ones are kind of
Yeah.
funny.
I still have some. I
The
have them
red or
tucked away.
green or whatever.
Yeah. So, when you were in high school, was it still no sports, no clubs, no theater? Like you were just like, you're going and as little as you need to, it sounds like. So were you skipping a lot?
Oh, my mom's not here, so I can answer. I skipped a little bit.
Okay.
I skipped a little bit. Uh,
Now, so through elementary school, was there one or two best friends that you had and then you stayed friends with them into high school? Or did you find those girlfriends in high school? Or did you not ever have like that one solid girlfriend?
so I had a friend. I had a couple of friends, but we really, I hate to say it like this, but I'm just going to be honest. I had one really good friend, and at one point she lived right beside my grandparents, and then she ended up moving because her dad and her stepmom got a divorce, so they moved, and that's why whenever I said I had to go miles and miles on my bike just to say hey and get a drink of water and go back home, yeah, that was her. But she used to live like 2 doors down from me. She wasn't allowed to hang out with me. Her stepmom did not like me. I was trash according to her. And she would meet me at the fence and we would talk. And then she would sneak over and we would hang out. I think I spent the night at her house like twice.
Was
She
she
never
ever?
spent the night at my house.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
She
Okay.
never spent the night at my house. And she wasn't really my friend at school either, because she didn't want to get picked on. Like they literally had an I Hate Beth club whenever I was a kid, in fifth grade. They literally had an I Hate Beth club. And she didn't really associate much with me at school, I guess because she didn't want to get picked on too. And I mean,
Right.
that's valid. And we were kids, you
Yeah.
when you know better, you do better. I did have another friend. Her name was Mary, but you know, she was just as weird and picked on as I am, or as I was. I'm still friends with this girl named Lisa. We hung out a little bit, but again, she was one of those outcasts, picked on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kids that I hung out with. Whenever I got to high school, I really didn't have time to hang out with anybody like that. Everybody's always talking about being in cornfields, drinking Mad Dog 2020, and I joked that I was doing that, but I wasn't really because I didn't have time for that. I was working. When I was like 16 years old, my mom was like, while your dad's at work, we're going to pack up all of our stuff and we're leaving. And we left that day and moved into the trailer park in town. And I wasn't allowed to tell anybody where we were for like 6 months, not even my boyfriend. So, I didn't have time for that. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Do you
there's a
know?
lot of things about my childhood and stuff that I don't talk about because I would never want to embarrass or hurt my mom.
Mm-hmm.
But there, what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that go on that, one day maybe, but
Right.
not now.
Right. You were talking about that there was an I Hate Beth club. Our daughter went through that. So our daughter, there was an I Hate Kaya club, and that was in, I want to say, fifth or sixth grade, and
Wow.
it was devastating for her. It's straight up bullying, um,
Oh yeah.
and it definitely stayed with her. Like that is something that was a deep, deep hurt, and so when you mention that, I remember how the struggles our daughter went through with that. And it's just such a cruel thing. And it always is that queen bee bullshit. And then the fluttering bees around the queen bee, and that queen bee controls everything. And I mean, I went through something like that where there was a queen bee, and one day she would tell everyone to be my friend. So I'd show up at school and she's my friend, everyone's my friend. And then she'd say, tomorrow, don't be Nicole's friend. And then I'd show up and no one would speak to me. And it was every day was different depending on what she said. So was it kind of that same situation where there was like a leader kind of running the show?
Yeah.
Well,
His name was Chad.
oh, it was a guy.
Yeah. It was a boy.
There was a boy that was to that degree. That's
Yeah. And
unusual.
what bothers me the most is I would come home from school and I would be in tears, because of what he said to me or what he did to me that day. And my mom, and listen, it's no hate towards my mom, but this is why we are the way we are.
Yeah.
We would get told that, oh, he just likes you. That's why he picks on you. No, he doesn't like me. No, he does not like you. He picks on you because he's a little asshole.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not
Yeah.
because he likes you. It's not because he's too embarrassed and he thinks you're pretty. It's because he's a little asshole and he
Yeah.
needs to have, his face arranged.
Absolutely.
I don't understand why we got told that so much as kids. When my youngest daughter was going through that, there was a little girl in her class and she picked on all the kids. Like she was just this little asshole. She
Yeah.
would pick on people if they didn't have name brand rainbow flip flops. Like who wants to spend $60 on a pair of flip flops for a 7-year-old?
Yeah. Yeah.
And because her mom was a teacher, she got away with a lot of stuff. And I finally looked at my daughter and I said, listen, you are too sweet and you are too kind. If you and your friends do not take that little girl into the bathroom and shove her head into the fucking toilet and flush that damn thing on her, guarantee you she will shut her fucking mouth.
I love it.
Just smack her one damn good time and she'll leave you alone. I can't do that. I'll get in trouble. Please. No, you won't. Not with me. You won't. I'll
Right.
buy you ice cream. And I want her mama to say something because I'll fuck her shit up too.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, it's such a relatable feeling too.
Well, how did
You
you
Such a
deal with it?
relatable feeling. Oh my gosh.
Did she follow your advice?
No, because she is too sweet, but she
Yeah,
hates her to
yeah,
this day. She's like, we were on the phone the other day and she's like, yeah, that little bitch Cheyenne, I still can't stand her.
yeah. Oh, listen, the girls that have been mean to my daughter through her years,
Oh.
I'll be 80 in the grocery store, and if I run into them and they're with their kids, I'll still curse them. I will never. I tell my dad, I'll never forgive him. I'll never forget who was mean to my daughter or my sons.
Oh
I feel
no.
like I've
No, like all
yeah.
my kids. Like if you, because the other thing is we've been those parents where our home is open, everyone can come here, eat all of our food. You know, my kids have been good friends to kids. So if you're mean to my kid, you're an asshole. There's no reason
Yeah.
for it. So there's just I don't forget. You know, and I think a lot of moms are like that. I like that. Even if your kid decides they're okay, you're like, not in my book. They'll never be okay. So
Well, they have to live with them. They have to deal with them, right? And
yeah.
but you're right though. If they would have taken her and kicked her ass one day, problem solved.
But then she would have gotten in so much trouble. 'cause
Short term.
society is
Maybe a week.
But
Maybe, you know.
You brought up a really good point though. That whole the boys are mean to you because they like you. That shit was fed to us growing up. And then I think even with I don't know if I did it with my daughter. I think I tried to stop, but I think it just recently, maybe in the last like 10 to 15 years, that has ended that whole philosophy where you can say, no, he's just an asshole. But up until
Yeah.
then, it was like, no, he pulled your hair, he pushed you, he threw sand at you because he liked you. And then I feel like the danger of that is then you take that into adult relationships. And if you're with a partner who's then a jerk to you, you think, well, they still love me because you've been ingrained to think that they still
That
like
part.
you. So
That part.
it's in your subconscious. Like you don't see it for what it is because of what you grew up being told. They're mean because they like you. And that's the danger, right?
Yeah, I think that's how women justify staying in abusive relationships too. Like it's ingrained in our psyche from a very young age. At least our age group was, and I can't speak for everybody, but I know for me, I stayed in an abusive relationship with a boyfriend from the time I was 15 years old until I was 17, 18 years old. Whenever I met my husband, I was still going back to this boy. After every single other relationship, I would always go back to this boy.
Right.
And I think it was part of the mindset of A, I can change him. And B, he only does that because he cares about me. He only smacks me around. You know, if I will just say the right things, if I will not piss him off, it's my fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until my mom actually looked at me and said one day, she goes, just because you slept with him does not mean that you have to stay with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, good. You just gave me the green card to go be a whore, but all right, thanks. Just kidding, kind of. But no, I mean, I did. Every single boyfriend I ever had after him, because he was my first love, my first experience. I was 15 years old, and I thought he was just the cutest thing on the face of the planet. And I decided that it was a good idea to lose my virginity on the hood of a Beretta right beside the cemetery of the church. You know,
That sounds
as one does.
Yes.
Like as one does, right? High as a freaking kite.
Yes. Yes.
You know, snuck out of the house with the preacher's son.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, as one does at 15. And I just stayed with him on and off for all those years. And it's really funny too, because I have this app on my phone that I'm connected to the sheriff's department, right? And it will show it. You can look up and see who's been arrested, right? And he's constant trouble. Guess where he's at now?
Is he in prison?
Federal penitentiary.
Oh,
federal prison.
Wow.
Federal prison.
That sounds a white collar crime or something real serious. Sounds like something serious.
Drugs.
Okay.
Methamphetamines to be exact, and firearms.
That'll do it.
Yeah. That'll do it every time.
Every time. But as far as you were talking about, you know, staying in that abusive, they do it because they love you. I think that's also where that excusing the controlling behavior. He doesn't want me to go on the girls' weekend because he loves me. And he doesn't, he doesn't want me to go out with my friends because he loves me so much. And he keeps track of me because he loves me. And I think that's where that disconnect comes from, is understanding that that's abuse. That's abuse.
Yeah.
That control, and that's not love. But
what's interesting though, there's a line here. And because girls, from a guy's perspective, you think nice guys finish last, right? In some ways, there's that saying. And girls like guys that are edgy or kind of dicks or whatever, right? But then there is that line.
yes.
And you're flirting with that line.
Yeah. Well, I think you can be.
The line's clear, though. What you're describing is way past the line.
Yeah. I think you can be edgy and kind of alpha, and like kind of what turns women on, like knowing that they can be in their feminine with you, that you're holding it down and all of that, and but that you're also not going to abuse them mentally, emotionally, physically. I think that you can be a testosterone filled man and not smack a woman around. It's definitely capable.
My husband is an absolute testosterone filled man. He was a big ass jerk when I first met him. And I was attracted to the bad boy, but he was not my type at all. He was not my type. I mean, he just was rude. Came up to me while I was having a conversation with one of my friends and was like, interrupted me and was like, "Hey, I'm Daniel," and I'm like, "Hey, you're rude. I don't." And then he asked me for my friend's phone number. Like, what is that? It was very weird. And then he would come into my job whenever I used to work at Belk's whenever I was in high school. If you're not familiar with that, it's like a Southern store, like retail store. It sells clothes, mainly like Alfred Dunner type shit for older ladies. And the big thing back in the mid to late 90s was the chap shirts and the Tommy Hilfigers and stuff like that, right? He would come in all the time and spend this money, like dollar bills, y'all, on all these chap shirts and these Tommy Hilfiger shirts, and then return them when I wasn't working because he couldn't afford that shit.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Okay, that is effort, though. That is if he
top tier effort. But then my mom kind of encouraged me to go out with this one dude, and I didn't really want to because he was the nice boy, but he was too nice.
Yeah.
It almost seemed fake. He was so nice. Opened my door for me. I have 2 arms. I can do it myself. I don't need you. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need you to do it for me. Bought me flowers. I'm not a flowers girl. I know it's weird. Whatever. I'm also not a dress girl either. So go figure. But I don't know. He just gave me the because he was so sticky, super nice. And we were at a stop sign at I guess it was a shopping center. It wasn't a shopping mall. It was a shopping center where all the stores were kind of individual. Mm-hmm. And there was a stop sign that we had pulled up to, and my now husband pulled up in his S10 truck. I'll never forget it. And he motioned for me to roll down the window like this. Gen Z is not going to understand that.
Yeah. There's no
so I rolled down the window. So I rolled down the window, and he was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, I'm on a date. And he goes, "Are you though?" And then he drove off.
Oh,
the biggest freaking jerk ever. And you know what that did in my brain? Ooh, I like that.
Went straight to your heart.
Yes. Listen,
I like that guy. Where is that guy going?
That's hilarious.
He's got game between buying the
I know. Him and his corduroy pleated pants. I don't.
Listen, those nice guys. There's a whole thing on social media about the nice guys can be the scariest because it is an act. If they're too nice, and it's then they switch up so fast, but you're stuck. You might already be at their apartment or in their car.
They're psychotic.
And all of a sudden it's
Guess who else was really nice? Ted Bundy.
Yeah, I was going to say Bundy.
Exactly.
Those guys,
He's and good looking. No, you have
Ted
to watch
Bundy was good looking and nice.
Exactly.
No. I'm okay.
Guys like a little crazy too.
Well, I know guys do like a little bit.
It's funny. I'm telling you, there's that line.
Or as Brian calls it, damaged goods, because he says I'm damaged goods. So you get a little crazy with the damaged goods. But and then I healed, and he's like, wait, where's some of that crazy? I need some of that. I'm like, I'm healed.
See, I self-medicate, so that's why mine,
Yeah, I think we all do.
Oh, well, I do that
Yeah.
too. That's part of the healing.
Right. They're like, why aren't you on like Lexapro or nothing? I'm like, I'm on box wine. What do you
Yes.
want from me? It's cheaper, and then you deliver it right to my house. And
Yes.
it doesn't require prescription.
Exactly. Costco has, by the way, I don't know if you've tried Costco box wine. It's really good. And it's like $12.99 a box. It's so good.
You know what? I would love to try Costco wine, but we don't have one where I live. Like, it would take me an hour to get there. And Walmart will deliver my shit to my door.
Well, there you go. There you go. Well,
at
if you ever
8:30 in the morning.
grab a box.
No, that Walmart delivery. That's amazing.
No, that's the shit.
I'm lazy shit. I'm a lazy shit. I do not want to go to the grocery store. I will Walmart app that shit so fast it'll make your head spin. I don't care if I do got to give them a $10 tip. It's worth it for me not to have to put on a bra and leave the house.
Yes. Oh, listen, I'll do curbside if I know I'm going to be out, and I've done it in my pajamas with no bra.
I'm salty as hell that I had to put on a bra for this podcast, to be honest with you.
I don't really even have one on. It's called a bralette. I didn't even put on official bra. See, now you know.
Can you tell I'm wearing a bra?
I can.
Yeah.
It's called a brolette.
That's why he has black on. You can't. Yeah. It's a mystery.
It's not a bra. It's a bro for you.
I've got my bro on.
Your bro.
Yeah.
Your bro.
Yeah, you got your bro on? Okay, yeah. I think, wasn't that Seinfeld where he said that he invented the bro?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you said
I know a lot of men that need a bra.
Yeah. Especially in
like they got bigger titties than I do.
Absolutely.
You know?
So you said your first job when you were 14 and a half was working at like a knockoff Blockbuster. And then did you go to working retail after that at the Belt?
Yes. I waited tables at Golden Corral.
Okay.
And I waited tables at,
right after the movie place?
I think so. I had so many jobs when I was a job bouncer anytime. I mean, so I worked at Golden Corral for a little while, waiting tables. That was whenever I had 2 jobs. That was whenever I was working at Belk's. And so I had 2 jobs then. And my mom actually did waited tables at that point too. Because that was at the time when my parents were separated. I worked at a cafeteria that it like had a serving line. And you would get your food in that serving line, get your ticket, and then you would go to your own table. And then they had sections. We had a smoking section. I always wanted to work the smoking section because you always made better money there. So I worked that job. I waited tables doing that. Let's see. I worked at a dry cleaners one summer, which was awful. God help people that work in dry cleaners. Oh my God.
Why? What makes it so bad?
It is so horrid. It's so hot.
Is it hot? That's what I was going to say. Is it just
hot? My God. That was probably one of my most hated jobs ever. It was so miserable. It was like 100 degrees outside with 1,000% humidity. And then you're in there steaming clothes and ironing clothes. Oh my God. It was the most horrid job I've ever had. I worked at Rose's for a little while whenever I was in school. And then I did little odd jobs. I would like clean cars if I didn't have, anything else to do. Because, whenever I was growing up, whenever I got my license, my mom gave me her 1985 Cutlass Sierra because she got her like a Hyundai that had the electric seatbelts. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And you would get in the car and as soon as you shut the door, it would go, right?
Yeah.
They got rid of those. I wish they still had those because my car drives me out the fucking wall.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. Shut the fuck up. I'm only going to the dump. God. Right? It's so annoying. Most of the time I just snap it behind me and don't even bother to unbuckle it. I mean, that's just who I am as a person. But my stepdad used to cut the motherfuckers out of the car.
Yeah. My dad did too, and he was an ER doctor. So go figure.
See, that's what I'm saying. We didn't have seat belts. We had mom's arm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I remember
that was it. What's a seat belt?
Yeah. My dad picked me up from the airport once, and I had our son, who was our firstborn, and I'm holding him, and I get in, and I'm like, oh, do you not have a car seat? And he's like, no, just hold him. And this was like in 1997.
Exactly.
And so then I'm like holding him, I'm like, okay. But he's like, yeah, you just hold him. That's what you do. No seatbelts.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. So the worst is with that when I put something in my passenger seat that's
Oh, it
maybe
drives
kind
me
of heavy and it
crazy.
thinks that there's a
Jesus
person
Christ.
there and or
Yeah.
my dog is there and they think it's a person and I'm like, oh God, how far do we have to drive with this? Because it doesn't stop. You're right. It's very annoying. But yeah, so
You just buckle it. You
yeah,
just buckle it.
that's what I'm gonna have to do. I have never thought
Yeah.
about that. That's
Just
So
buckle it. Listen, I have a Challenger right now. I have a plum crazy purple Challenger,
oh nice.
and I don't drive it very often. It is my midlife crisis car because I'm financially irresponsible, and I don't drive it very often. But when I do, it's not very far, so I keep the seatbelt latched
Yeah.
in that sucker because
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. And it's the Dodges have the most annoying ones, I think. My Suburban is annoying, but it's not as bad as my Challenger is. That Challenger is like, bitch, if you don't buckle up, I'm gonna,
yeah.
you know.
No, that's good
And
to
I'm like,
know.
I'm just driving 3 blocks to my mom's house. Like, I don't understand. Can't I just?
Yeah.
Isn't there an option for that? Where's the option for that? I'm literally going.
Unfortunately,
Here.
no, there's nothing.
Yeah,
But
it's.
the buckling, like that's a good trick.
What color was your Cutlass?
It was like the blue-ish. Like
Okay, yeah.
I don't really know how to explain
Metallic.
it. It was maybe ish, but it wasn't
Yeah.
metallic.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Almost.
And it was the
grayish,
85.
bluish.
Kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, kind of. But I want to tell you what, that was the best riding vehicle ever. Like it felt like you were riding on a cloud.
Oh,
Like
it's so
if
plush.
you've ever gotten into like a Cadillac now,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what my Cutlass Sierra felt like.
Nice.
And I had thumbtacks holding up the carpet
Oh,
off
yeah.
of the ceiling
felt?
because it was coming off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I had that car till it broke down, and then my grandparents got me a new car for Christmas, and it's so funny to tell this now because it wasn't a new car. It was a 1985 Nissan Sentra with a stick shift in the floor, and it didn't even have like power steering, right?
Oh my goodness.
But it was paid for. I think they paid like maybe $1,000 for it.
Wow.
I mean, it is what it is. And I drove that some bitch till the wheels fell off of it. I looked like I was driving a shoebox with wheels on it. It was so bad. But I made enough money whenever I was working my jobs that my senior year of high school, I took it to a guy that he put subwoofers and big ass speakers in that damn thing and a 6-disc CD changer in that sumbitch.
Nice.
You could see me before you could see me.
Yeah.
You could
nice.
hear me before you could see me. And I loved listening to that's why we're deaf now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
You know, because I was listening to like corn, like
Yeah. Yes. And did you ever go through the period where you pulled your radio out, or did that skip past you?
oh, I had the face, the
Yeah,
front
yeah.
face
That's
that would come
smart.
off.
Yes.
Yes, and I would take it off and put it in my pocketbook
Yes.
Did you have the?
because you don't want somebody to steal it.
Nope. I had to pull the whole Kenwood out and carry it, and I had to buy a big purse. That thing was heavy, and it'd be like clunk a clunk. I'd be going to a nice restaurant, clunk a clunk a clunk. But the face, then the face came out after that, and that was brilliant. That made sense. What were you going to ask?
Oh, I'm curious. I'm picturing your car. Did you have like the feathers with the roach clip thing hanging from the rear view mirror?
How did you know?
Yeah. All right.
But they need to bring that back.
I mean,
I like that look.
that
Yeah.
was probably one of those carnival prizes that my parents won me at one point because we got paraphernalia back then as a prize.
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, we gave them ashtrays, and they gave us
Yeah.
paraphernalia. Absolutely. I remember roaches all over the coffee table growing up.
Oh God, yeah.
Picking them up, not even knowing what it now I do.
No.
Once I went to college, I was like, oh, or maybe late high school.
Oh yeah.
When I was little, I remember being with my second stepdad, going to his friend's house, and there was this horrendous smell in the house. And then, like, when I hit college, I realized it was pot butter because they were making pot butter in college. I'm like, that's the same smell when I was in heaven. But I didn't know at the time. So it's funny how it all starts to come together.
Yeah, it comes together.
So as far as the military, because you said you started the training the summer before senior year. When did you make that decision? How old were you when you made the decision that that's the route you were going to go?
So I knew that there was little to no chance in hell that I was going to get out of this small town unless I took action. And this is going to sound so friggin' lame. G.I. Jane was really big back then in the 90s. And I remember watching that movie and thinking, she is so badass.
She was.
I want to be that. That's what I want to do. And I remember saying that, and my stepdad, I don't know if he said it to be mean or if he said it to like nudge me, but he looked at me dead in my face and was like, you won't even make it past boot camp. And me, because I do shit out of spite, I was like, oh, you want to bet? Watch me.
Yeah.
You know, I've done shit out of spite my whole life. You know, tell me I'm not going to do something or I can't accomplish something, and I'm going to do it just so I can rub it in your face.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I joined spite, and I thought she was a badass.
But she was. I mean, all of that.
Yeah.
I remember
All of it was badass, and it's based off a true story too. So, you know,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, not all of the story, but like pieces of it is based off of women's stories from that they gathered to do that movie.
Oh, that's so cool.
I read that somewhere. It could have been bullshit that I was reading, because you know, you never know.
Yeah, no.
Everything on the internet's true. Bonjour, I'm a French model. But I mean, it could have been bullshit, but I read somewhere that they took stories that were submitted, and they kind of meshed a lot of those stories together to create the character and create the storyline. So if that's the truth, then that's pretty cool. It was in the late 90s too, whenever I went in, and it was started where you could train, boys and girls could train together. Like, I don't, my brain just like stopped. Thank you, co-ed. It just went.
Yeah.
It's the perimenopause brain. It just quit. It just stopped. Like it just went. My hamster stopped running.
Yes. It's like the computer caught on fire and there's smoke coming out.
Yes.
So it's like
buffering in my brain.
Yes,
it's like, hold please.
Yes.
The cache is full.
But yeah, it was like co-ed, and it was really wild because I don't know how they thought that nobody was going to end up pregnant during basic training whenever you have girls sandwiched in barracks, like boys on this level, girls on this level, and then boys on this level. Like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen in the stairwell at 3:00 in the morning? They're going to be screwing, you dumbass.
I would have
a bunch of hormonal 18-year-olds.
Yeah,
with morning wood.
That's Bill Clinton there.
What's wrong with you?
But I would have thought they would have separated you guys at night.
Hell no. Well, we were. So the boys were on this level, and then you go up one flight, and that was us.
Floor.
And then you go up another flight, and that's boys. The girls were sandwiched in the middle.
Yeah. Okay, I was picturing
we were on a separate floor.
Yeah.
But like.
Yes.
What did you think was going to happen? Do you know how many times I went in that stairwell and there was some just some bumping uglies, and not just the boys and girls either. I saw more lesbian shit during basic training, because we showered all together. Like there was this in the barracks, so we had one big shower room, and there were 1, 2, 3, 4, and a one in the middle. And all the showers had like one pole, and you had like several heads coming off of that pole.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense at all. And so you would push the button and the water would come out. Kind of like those aggravating ass taps in the bathroom where you push it down and you're not even done with the soap before it runs out. So you have to keep pushing the fucking thing. Yeah. That's how we had to take showers. Do you know how many cooter licking I saw going on in them showers?
Oh my gosh.
That's wild.
I believe it. But it was just
because I mean, it's just a bunch of naked women.
Yeah. Now the showers, you were separate. Please tell me that. The showers was women and men, right? Like
no.
not together.
Yeah, it was just women, because our showers were on the same floor as our barracks.
Okay.
So it was just women in there.
Okay. No, but
it's just women in there.
The different floors, our college was like that. Like we had girls on one floor, guys the next floor. Girls.
Yeah, they set it up just like that. They set it up just like that.
Or with the shared water.
No, we had like
I've seen that before though. No. I can't remember where.
I think I've seen that in movies. I haven't seen it in real life.
I've seen it in real life.
You have it, where you have them come down. So which branch did you go into of the military?
I went into the Army National Guard.
Oh, that's right. You said that earlier.
Yep.
So
I
you
went into
did,
the Army National Guard.
okay. So you did training the summer before. Was that basic training the summer
Yes.
before senior year? And then you had to, after basic training, then you do your senior year in high school?
Yep.
That seems so strange. Like you just went into this intense situation. Basic training is very intense, I would assume, correct?
It was. It was.
And then you have to
I
now go
was
be
buff as
around.
shit though. When I came home, I
Oh,
was
I
buff. You
bet.
could have bounced a quarter off my ass.
I bet. You were like Linda Hamilton, Terminator 2, I bet.
Well, it's only because I got in trouble a lot.
Okay.
Oh, in the Army National Guard?
Like during training.
Whenever I went to
Well,
basic,
honored.
when I went to basic, I got in trouble the minute I got off the bus because the drill sergeant was like this really petite, short black lady, and she looked at me and she was telling all of us, but I felt like she was looking at me directly, and I said, "Yes, ma'am." And you don't call them ma'am. You say, "Yes, drill sergeant." Well, she said to my face, "Get down and beat your face," which I didn't know what that meant at the time. I learned very quickly what that meant. That she told me to get down and beat my face. I work for a living private. You address me as drill sergeant. And I was like, "Oh, fuck me. I'm so sorry. I was taught manners. Apologies."
Yeah.
But beat your face meant that you had to do push-ups. Well, I looked at her and said, "I can't do a push-up." She goes, "I don't give a shit. Get down and beat your face." So I basically was on the ground in that position because I didn't even have enough upper body strength at the time to go down and come back up.
So
Because I was 16, 17 years old. I was weak as shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
what happened? How many did she make you do, or did you even actually do the push-up, or did you stand there?
I stayed in the front leaning rest, which is what they call it. I stayed in the front leaning rest position for about 15 minutes before she relieved me. And
Oh man.
yeah,
it's like a plank
Yeah.
almost. Oh
And
my
that's right
God.
off the bus. You're rolling.
that was right off the bus.
Yeah,
I
wow.
wasn't even in BDUs yet. I was still in civilian clothes.
Wow.
I have a
got in
question.
trouble from jump.
I didn't know you could just go into the Army National Guard. I thought that was for like the reservists. Like you go, you do your Army or whatever you serve, and then you come out. You're saying you can join the Army National Guard like without going.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did you know that?
Yep.
No,
I always
didn't
thought
know
it was
that.
for the folks who kind of came back.
Okay, so you can.
That's interesting.
Okay, so is that why it's allowed, like, for high schoolers in the summer and they're still attending school because it's the National Guard? Where
I would assume so, but I don't even know if they have that program anymore because it's been 28
Yeah.
20 well 20 25 years at least since I was in the service, and 30 years almost that I went through basic. So I don't really know if they even have that option anymore.
I
But
think
back
they don't.
then
That's why I don't know about it.
in 1996 they did.
Yeah, and we were still peaceful then. Now we're in perpetual offshore action, right? But we were peaceful.
Well,
then.
I don't listen. Whenever I was 18 years old and we got deployed to Bosnia, I didn't understand why I was there because it was a peace, keeping mission or whatever. Now going back and looking at kind of the history of why we were there, and kind of going back through my memories and remembering like the genocide and stuff that I saw there, it makes sense. Like we would be posted at the bottom of a mountain because what my job was is an 88 mic, which is a truck driver. It's not really what I wanted to do, but that's what I tested to do. It was either that or cook. And I'm like, I ain't going to be nobody's cook. I'll drive a truck all day long though. But so we would be posted at the bottom of a mountain waiting for the one truck to come back down from dropping off supplies. And there would be kids that would come up to our trucks begging for MREs, asking for clothes, telling us that they had, family at home and their parents were dead, and we would go through villages that were completely demolished, and, you could tell that they were hit with bombs and things like that. Like those things stick with me. But at the time I was very bitter because here I am, this 18-year-old that has just been dropped off in the middle of freaking nowhere, living in a damn tent.
Yeah.
All of my friends are doing this, that, and the third, and here I am you know, having to wear a Cavalier vest, bulletproof vest to go to the damn bathroom with a friggin' bulletproof helmet,
Right.
going to the bathroom at midnight because that's what we have to do. So, you know,
When
but yeah, looking back at it, that I realized that there was a reason for it, but at the time I was like, this is bullshit.
no,
Yeah.
that makes sense. I mean, when did you go through your whole senior year and then right
Yeah,
after you graduated, you were sent to Bosnia? Is that pretty much how it went?
pretty much. Like I graduated my senior year. I graduated in end of May, 1st of June, something like that. And like I think 10 days later, I went to AIT, which is to learn my job. So I went to the military school where I learned how to drive trucks. What I drove back then was called a PLS, and I don't know if they use them very much now, but it was a huge truck that had a hydraulic crane on the back of it that would pick up Connex boxes, and those Connex boxes would have meals, weaponry, things like that. So it was kind of like support, right? So I learned how to drive trucks. And then I got the papers. My sergeant from my unit actually sent me a letter letting me know that my unit was going to be deployed while I was still in AIT. Like he's telling me, this is what's going to happen when you get home. We're going to be activated about 2 weeks later after you get home. So just be prepared that whenever you get home, spend as much time with your family, do those things because we got to go. And we're going to be gone for this amount of time. So I knew I was going to be deployed before I even got done learning my job.
Where did you go to learn to get training driving the truck?
So I was in Fort Lost in the Woods, Missouri. That's what we call it, Fort Leonard Wood.
Okay. So you go to Missouri.
Lost in the woods.
And is that basically
where the state bird is the recluse spider?
Yeah. It's probably middle of nowhere.
How long were you
Oh
there?
my God, it was so terrible. Let's see, I think I got out, came home in August. So it was only like 8 weeks.
I mean,
maybe
that's a
10-week
long
training.
time. That's a long time to be.
And we had to go
Yeah,
through all the classes and stuff with a bunch of Marines. So,
Mm.
I tasted a lot of crayons because they like their flavors.
Wait, explain that.
It's this thing between Marines and Army. They always, Army always says if you're really dumb, you join the Marines because they always go in first, and then the Army goes in to clean up after them. So you have to be really dumb to join the Marines. So we always say that they eat crayons.
Oh my God.
That's hilarious.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
If anybody's watching this and is a vet, they'll understand what I just said.
Yeah.
But no, hanging out with a bunch of Marines, I realized really quickly that I could not hang with my alcohol. I have Polaroid pictures of myself passed out beside the toilet off of Zimas.
Oh my goodness, Zima.
Zimas.
Oh,
You know what I'm
God.
saying? I'm pretty sure that they put I'm pretty sure they put something other than the Jolly Ranchers in those Zimas to
Yeah.
make me so effed up as a football bat, because there is no way.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
So would you guys like party together?
Oh God, yeah.
All of you? Were there a lot of other women?
In my unit, no. Not a whole lot of women. I was the only female in my platoon, actually.
Wow.
So the unit that I was with is out of Concord, North Carolina, and they still have that. It's called the 1454th Transportation Unit out of Concord, and they have a detachment unit, which is like a kind of a subunit. And there's a whole platoon, and it's located in Asheboro. So that was closer to me. So that's where I reported to. I was the only female there. Whenever we went and met up with the rest of the company, there was probably a handful of women, maybe 12, 13, but not a whole lot. It was mostly men.
Were you the only girl out of your graduating class that chose this route?
No, actually, I went to basic training with a girl that I graduated high school with. Her name was Blanca, and we went through basic together. She chose a different job, and I cannot remember what job she went into, what field she went into, but we both graduated basic training together and then completed our senior year at the same high school together. So, yeah.
Okay. So being a woman, though, in such a male-dominated area, were there times that were you scared to be around so many men in that capacity, or did you feel, was it the opposite where you felt safe?
Honestly, I didn't really. Maybe it was the fact that I was so young and stupid, and I never clocked it, you know.
Right.
And most of the guys were older, and they'd been in the military practically their whole life. I mean, and most of them either wanted to act like they were my dad,
Mm.
you know, or the younger ones. Let's just be honest, they horn dogs, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
That
Yeah. Yeah.
they wanted
Yeah.
to act like my boyfriend.
Yeah.
But I really never felt unsafe,
Yeah.
but like I said, it could have been that I was just 17, 18 years old and just dumb as hell, maybe
Well,
I never clocked anything, or maybe they just were really cool and I
yeah.
never had to worry about it. But
Right.
I never really clocked it. One of my really good friends that I used to play video games with, because I didn't have a family. I didn't have to send money home, like that. So I wasn't married, didn't have kids, none of that stuff. A lot of people that were over there had families at home, so they couldn't afford to buy some of the stuff that I was frivolous,
Yeah.
dumb money, right? So I bought a TV VCR combo TV,
Mm.
right? Yes, I was hot shit back
Fancy.
then. It's
Fancy.
1997, right?
Yes.
And I bought a PlayStation 1.
Wow.
I know, right?
The
I know. I was
OG, the
balling.
OG.
Yeah.
Was balling at the PX. And we had a movie theater, or not a movie theater, but like a makeshift movie store where we could go, and you never had to exchange money or anything, not really, just your card or whatever. And you could rent movies. So we would watch movies. I was the only one in the entire tent that had a TV. And I was the only one in the entire tent that had a PlayStation. So one of my really good friends was from a totally different unit. He would come over and we would play Legend of Zelda.
Oh,
My
nice.
gosh, I
Yeah.
remember that game. Our oldest son played that game constantly.
I used to play that a lot.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
would play that. Yes.
The
Yes.
one, though, Legend of Zelda 1.
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all
Yes.
pixelated and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, it was so bad. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 that
Yeah.
sound. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, oh, 100%.
I'll never forget those sounds.
Yes.
And we would play that, and he was gay, and I loved the fact that he was gay. He was this big, huge, burly guy, and we could check out dudes together and then come back and eat popcorn and play video games, and I had zero to worry about. He didn't want to
Yeah.
screw me. He didn't want to, you know what I mean? He knew I was engaged. He knew, we were just really good friends, and we had a good time doing that. So,
And that was when you were over in Bosnia?
Mhm.
So that's awesome that you had that. You had that person. So before you left for Bosnia, how did your parents handle that? Were they supportive of you even being in the military and choosing this route?
my mom was petrified for me to leave.
Yeah.
She was petrified. Hearing her tell it now, she worried about me every single day I was gone. And me, I'm just la-di-da. Whatever. And she's over there like crying every day. And
Yeah. Praying.
which as a mom now, I understand that. But back then, again, I'm 18 years old. I'm not clocking that. I'm like, oh my gosh, mom, it's not that deep. Right.
And yet it is.
As a mom now, if my kids would have done that, I would have been like a ball of mess.
Yes.
I would have been a ball of mess.
We don't get it until they hand us our baby. I
No,
remember they handed our older son to me, and I was like, oh, now I understand why my mom was crazy, So, and I tell that to I'm like, just wait, you'll get it. But up until then, you're like, what's the big deal? So you spent some time with them, and then you're off to Bosnia, and you were there for 9 months, you said?
I got home in May of 1998. And then whenever I got home, I was still living with my parents. And I remember distinctly my mom trying to give me a curfew when I got home. And I'm sitting there literally looking at her like going, are you fucking for real right now?
Yeah.
Like, I'm a whole ass soldier. Like, what do you mean I got to be home by 10:30? I don't even understand what you said. So I was like, I got to move.
Yeah.
So my husband and I, which we weren't married, we were engaged at the time, we got a house and moved in together. And I found out I was let's see, we moved in like August, July or August, something like that. I found out I was pregnant in September, and then we got married in November.
Wait,
Oh,
did you?
And it
shit.
was really awesome. It was really awesome because I had my daughter convinced for a long damn time that she was a 7-pound preemie. And then she learned math.
That's like the healthiest preemie ever.
I know, right? It was so funny. Like I had her convinced for a long fucking time. And then she learned how to do math. And I'm like, God damn it, why are you so fucking smart?
Oh, that's funny. How old was she when you figured it out?
Oh, probably like 7.
Okay. Young enough still where, the hormones haven't hit her yet, so you can manage it all.
Oh, it made me mad. I'm like, God, dog, why you got to be so smart? That's not fun. I need you to be dumb just for a little bit longer.
Right. So you met your now husband before you went to Bosnia?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So was
I
that,
met him my senior year of high school.
and how did you where was he? Like, how did you guys meet? I know he walked up to you and did the
Yeah,
whole.
we met at the gravel parking lot in the town where we all would just like park, and that was the only place where we could park and not get like loitering tickets.
Okay.
So I think there's a bank there now in that parking lot that we used to hang out with. But that's where we met. He was in college at the time. Funny thing is he was going to college to be a college history professor. That's what he wanted to do with his life. And he went on a partial scholarship for wrestling, not wrestling, wrestling.
Okay.
There's a big difference.
Yeah.
And he broke his collarbone and he was unable to wrestle anymore. So, and I think he either did student teaching or either somewhere along the line, he was like, I don't think I can deal with being a teacher. He loves history and he loves knowing stupid shit. Like he will literally be sitting there telling me like how many times a hummingbird flaps its fucking wings. Like, why do you know this information? And why do you think that I need to know that you know this information? Like shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Brian does the same thing.
Have you ever emailed that show, Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, or Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader, and corrected them on facts? Because he's done that
No.
many times.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Many times.
Awesome. That is awesome. Is your husband super curious about everything? Like if you're driving and he wants to know, I wonder why that truck's parked there. I wonder what they're working on. Like Brian wants
if
to know.
If he is, he's very quiet with it. If he is, he's very quiet. Like we go on road trips all the time, and I'm over there playing like Candy Crush on my phone, or I'm watching something on YouTube or Hulu or something. And he drives without music. Like I don't get that. He drives in silence.
You'll do that too. Yeah.
He drove all the way to Ohio, which is like 8 hours in fucking silence. I can't be left with my own thoughts that long.
Yeah.
I would like plot someone's demise in my brain and like have it all like I would already be playing the episode of Snap that they would play on the TV starring me afterwards. Like I would already have written the script for all of it. Like I can't be with my own thoughts that much. So I don't understand how he can, be in silence. But
he's probably like thinking and problem solving and analyzing and
I know he is. I know he is.
Because that's what he does.
Well, it's just without noise, like no noise is wonderful.
Yeah, you like that.
There's so much noise in the world, whatever it is, wherever you go, turn on the TV, it's all fucking noise.
Yeah, so you like it when it's quiet.
Quiet.
Yeah. Now I need music or a podcast or something. Like I can't.
Me too. I have to go to sleep listening to a podcast because I can't turn my brain off.
Yeah, that's interesting. I do,
and it has to be something that I've already listened to,
like a comfort podcast.
Yes, like it's already an episode. I already know every word that they're going to say. Like there's certain shows that I watch all the time on repeat because I already know what's happening, but it's background noise, like white noise for me. Like I know it's stupid. My dirty pleasure, my guilty pleasure is watching fucking Sister Wives. I know. Shut up. And I like to start it at season 17 where it all goes to shit and Christine tells him to eat a bag of dicks.
That's amazing.
I can recite it word for word. And I always play that while I'm like gardening or if I'm cleaning because I already know what happens. Right. I don't have to think about it, but it's the noise. If I listen to music, however, I stop doing what I'm doing and I'm doing like a little dance party or I'm singing to it. The show is what is like quiets my brain. And I think I read somewhere or maybe it was somebody else that was diagnosed and I'm undiagnosed. They said that that's like a trait of like a touch of the tism,
Yeah.
like
Or
ADHD or something.
ADHD. Yeah.
And
For
I'm like,
sure.
well, I think the majority of us Gen X have a touch of the tism then, because we all have like our weird ass quirks.
Yeah.
And most of it revolves around like we can't be left with our own thoughts.
Yeah, and I think it's I think you're right, and I think it has to do a lot with how we were raised, and it's tied to trauma. There's no question about it. So it is that hypervigilance, that fight or flight, that walking on eggshells, all of that. And that's how I think it's manifested. And I do think it manifested into ADHD, TISM, whatever, neurodivergent type stuff. Because I do the same thing, even in the car. Like I'll run TikTok in the car. Like I don't look at it, but I'm swiping, listening to TikToks or listening to Instagram, or like my comfort show is The Office. I've watched that show. I can't tell you how many times, or Friends, but it's needing that counter to the chaos that's always going in
Yes.
your brain. The chaos or the noise of that counters it, and in there is peace. So I think it is
Yes.
very common with our generation.
Yeah. It's so weird to try and explain to somebody that doesn't get it either, because they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you don't understand. Whenever I'm not listening to something, whenever I lay my head down to try and go to sleep and I don't have any noise whatsoever, I can't stop my brain from going, did I do this? I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I should do this tomorrow. Oh, I should have done that yesterday. Oh, I forgot to do this. It's all of that in my brain. Did I do this? Did I unplug this? You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
I should have called so-and-so. It's all the things that go on in my brain that just will not shut up so
Yeah.
that I can relax and go to sleep.
Yeah.
And so if I'm listening to something, it shuts that shit off. And like I said, it's very hard to explain to somebody that doesn't,
Yeah.
that can just, my husband can just go the fuck to sleep.
Oh yeah, no, I
He just can. And it pisses me off.
And then when you wake up, is it right on? Like I'll wake up and it's
Yes.
on. I'm like, I think
Turns
of
on
everything
immediately.
I do and everything.
Turns on immediately.
A lot of times I'll wake up with a song in my head, or I'll go to sleep with a song in my head. Like the song, and it could be the most random song. I wasn't even thinking about the song, and I wake up and it's in my head. So it's almost like you're just always, your brain is always going. There's just, and then that show or the podcast or social media, whatever it is, shuts it off. And because you can,
But you're saying it only shuts it off if you already know what's coming.
Because you don't have to think.
Yeah, if it's something that, well, it's not that it doesn't shut it off. It does shut it off, but I won't be able to go to sleep because I'm interested in what they're saying.
Yes.
So if it's new,
because I want to know.
Yeah,
if it's new, I won't be able to go to sleep.
Man,
Yeah.
that's
I'm
really
trying to process what's being said, so it can't be something that I've already heard, that I've not already heard. So, like, I listen to Crime Junkie. I am the stereotypical feral ass Southern woman that falls asleep to fucking murder shows. Okay, yes, I am. So I listen to Crime Junkie a lot. But there's like 3 or 4 episodes that I've already listened to many times. And those are the ones that I will listen to whenever I'm trying to go to sleep. If it's a new one, like every Monday, I have to listen to it that Monday. I can't try and go to sleep with it because I'm like going to stay up to try and figure out what happened. Well, why is she missing?
Yeah.
Well, what happened? I need to know.
It's what you said, processing. You're not processing when you already know what's going to happen, but when
Correct.
you
That's why I like silence.
process. But that's what, because his
get in my own head and figure shit out instead
but
of
you're in your brain is still going.
Oh,
like your brain also never stops, but
yeah.
you like to counter it with silence. So when we're on road trips, we're talking typically because I can't have silence. So we're just having conversations.
Pure, fucking misery.
or I'll put in,
Tell me how you really feel.
Yeah. We've been married. I don't even know. September will be 33 years, I think. So it's like whatever. But
congratulations. That's awesome.
Thank you. But I'll put in my headphones and then I'll just go on podcast, social media if there's nothing. But he'll still be quiet. He won't put the radio on.
It depends.
I know.
It's
freaking weird.
Yeah.
Y'all are weird. I'm going to say it out loud. Y'all are weird.
Yeah.
I tell my husband that all the time. He's weird. You're weird.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try what you're talking about because that's an interesting concept. You've already processed it. I feel like I'd look at it from a different angle too, though. So I don't know if that would work for me.
Yeah, you may
Well,
just
I
get
mean, not everybody's
realized,
brain
right?
works the same. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah,
you know, just
right.
because that's how my weird brain works, that doesn't
What
mean that's,
You
I
find
mean,
what works.
what
I'll
about
put on white noise too, like
that drives
rain.
me fucking crazy.
I've tried that and it makes me have to pee.
Oh, that's funny.
That makes sense.
What about music? I assume you're
Music,
you're into music, but
Yeah.
you
You
can't
can't
I can't do it with music.
yeah,
because you react to it. You want to dance. You want to, you
Mhm.
know, you want to react. So, okay. So you guys met in hanging out socially, but he was in college. He was going to school to maybe be a professor, decided not to do that. But a lot happened that senior year because then you left, but you said you were engaged before you left for Bosnia. So
Yep. He proposed right before I left.
okay. Okay. So it was,
We
sounds
started
like you
dating in May.
recent.
We started dating in May. Maybe like a month before I graduated high school. I graduated in July. I left, or not July. I graduated in June, and then like 10 days later, I went to AIT to learn my job. We
Mhm.
were dating while I was gone to AIT. So
Okay.
if that tells you how much time we actually spent together,
Right.
not a lot. And so I came home. I was home for about 2 weeks, and then I left. But in that 2 week span, he bought a ring and proposed, and I said yes because I was young, dumb, and in love, and I had no idea what the hell I was doing at all. At 18 years old, you
Yeah.
don't have the concept
No.
of what forever is with somebody. And we've been married, this year will be 28 years. And I'm very
Congratulations.
thankful.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm very thankful that at a certain point we didn't just say fuck it and give up, because, you know, we were so young. I was 19 when we got married. He was 21. You know, I couldn't even buy a beer yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
it wasn't supposed to work out. Right?
Hmm?
Statistically, you're from a rural part of the world. You met on the gravel pit, which I love that concept because I can picture it.
Well, a
Everyone's hanging
gravel
out there.
parking
The
lot.
gravel parking lot.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
statistically,
I mean,
you weren't supposed to still be together. That's cool.
no, we're the last ones that are still married. Everybody else has been divorced,
Yeah.
Did everyone else get
sometimes
married?
twice.
Did everyone else get
There
married?
were a couple of people that got married kind of young, but every single one of them are divorced. We're the only ones that are still married.
Do
You
you
know,
find,
and listen, it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
well, no, I mean, we got married at 23, right out of college. And people thought we were crazy. And it's not easy. Like you just like
No.
there's definitely, I tell people there's bad days, bad weeks, bad months, bad years. I mean, in our 40s, we had some bad years. And I could say there's probably times other people would have called it quits. And I think what kept us together was our friendship. Our friendship is so tight. But like you just said, I'm so glad we didn't, because if you can get through that, it's awesome. It's so awesome growing older with someone and getting to this next phase of life. It's insane. I love it. I love that I have a partner. I don't have to explain anything to him. He's been there from the start. But getting through those parts, I mean, it's not for the weak of heart. You got to hang in there.
Yeah, and we were not alone at all when we got married. When we got married, we were broke. God, we were broke. We were sleeping on a mattress in the living room with no AC. We didn't even have power for 3 days because we couldn't afford to pay the first month's rent and like security deposit and the deposit for the power company, because neither one of us had credit. So they made us put down a ginormous deposit. So we didn't have power for the first 3 days, and it is August. It is swamp ass season. And, you know, but we knew that we wanted to be in each other's space. You know, we were eating ramen and peanut butter and jelly because we couldn't afford to eat any damn thing else. You know, I didn't realize that spaghetti was a struggle meal, but fuck, we ate that all the time. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Hell, we
Yeah.
had it last night. Shit, I don't care. I like me some stand spaghetti.
Yeah.
If I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd still be eating some
Yeah.
ragu. Shut up. It's good.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that was a struggle meal. I thought spam and, you know, friggin' ramen was the struggle. I wasn't aware, but I mean,
Ramen's
we didn't have money. We didn't have a pot to piss in, but we had each
Yeah.
other. And,
Yeah.
you know, I was pregnant whenever we got married. We had roommates because we couldn't afford to pay the rent by ourselves. So we had two dudes living with us that were
So you
paying rent.
guys,
One of them was brother, and one was a friend. So
okay. So you guys got that house, and then you had roommates to help you out with the
yeah,
rent. Okay.
yeah. Until our baby was born, and they were doing extracurricular things, and I was like, we can't be having this shit around our kids. So y'all got to find somewhere else to go. But we were never alone.
Right.
For the first 20 years of our marriage, we were not alone. We either had a roommate or we had children.
Right.
Whenever our last kid moved out, we had to really sit down and look at each other and try and figure out if we still like each other. Like we're no longer navigating through being a parent. We're not in that capacity. I don't mean that we just kind of, you know what I mean? I don't want somebody to say, oh, just because your kids move out doesn't mean you're a parent. I know that. Duh. Shut up, Susan.
It's so
it's just
true,
a
though.
different level of parenting, because they no longer look to you for advice on a daily. They might call you every now and then and be like, hey, if I defrost this chicken, am I going to get salmon manila?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Because that literally happened. I'm like, babe, you stopped the aging process of the meat once you put it in the freezer. She's like, oh, really? Yes. Oh, really?
It is those life things, though, that you get the phone calls.
Yeah,
It could be the most random thing. But it's not that
it's
hands-on.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're less hands-on. Even whenever they start driving and going out on their own and having jobs and friends of their own, and they're becoming young adults, you are still navigating how to spend time with your spouse in this new era, this new chapter that you're going into, this empty nester thing. And empty nesting really hit me like a brick. Our house was the house where all of my kids' friends came over, and nobody talks about this part of it. You don't just miss your kids when they leave. You miss your kids' friends too.
Yeah.
Because they all called me mom. I was always cooking food enough for a damn army. I had to adjust the way I cook meals because I no longer have teenagers that are, in my refrigerator all the time. I no longer had someone up above my bedroom stomping around upstairs. It is so fucking quiet in my house all the time.
Yeah.
I used to have parking classes with these children, trying to tell them how to park in my driveway. Like, bitch, I'm going to need you to learn that you park over here. You park over. I had kids that had toothbrushes in my upstairs bathroom in a baggie with their name on it because they would spend the night all the time. I mean, and nobody talks about that part, that you don't just miss your kids. You miss your kids' friends, because they became your kids too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. Then and the noise of it all the shoes at the front door, like,
Oh
and
God.
the bikes in the front and the driveway. And I remember thinking, because sometimes I'm like, oh, there's so many shoes, but I'm like, but that means there's all these kids in my house. So I'd rather have a pile of shoes and a pile of bikes than not. And then there aren't any more, there isn't a pile of shoes anymore. But then they do come when, like, at least with our older two, when they would, especially when they would first come home from college, then their friends would come back over to see them, and you kind of would get a taste of everyone.
Yeah, see, I didn't get that because during when my oldest went to college, she did community college to get her degree in IT, some nerd shit. I don't know. She does shit with computers. She's a nerd. I love her dearly. She works for our county, and she's a super, super nerd. So she went to community college to do that. And she has like all these different certificates and shit. And again, nerd shit that I don't understand.
World needs.
And so
nerds.
oh yeah, both of my kids are nerds. Both of my kids I don't know how the hell they're nerds. I would like to take credit for that. I ate a lot of Subway. I drank a lot of Mountain Dew, and I loved fortune cookies.
Well, there you
go.
So
I attribute that diet to how my kids are so smart.
I think trademark that and maybe start a workshop.
Yeah, it's the fortune cookies. It's
Well, my
Philly
oldest
coffee.
is also a type 1 diabetic, and she blames me for that. She said, it's all them damn Mountain Dew that you drank. She's just kidding. She knows that it's not
Yeah,
my fault,
yeah,
but also it probably is. Um, but but no, she went to community college to do that, and she was dating her now husband.
Mm,
So, did she have friends come over at that point? Not really. Plus, she was working full time and things like
yeah.
that. And when my baby went to college, she was only in college for 6 months before the pandemic happened. So she was sent home. So I
Oh,
didn't get that experience with the kids coming during that,
okay,
while she was at home. And then she
okay.
transferred to a different college because at the time she was going to an all girls private college. She had gotten a full ride scholarship. She wanted to be a
Wow,
math teacher. And
wow.
yeah,
It's
she decided not
impressive.
to be a teacher. So we're paying that scholarship
Yeah.
back.
Oh no! Oh
So
no!
wait, you have to. So wait, but she only went for how long did she go at that school?
She was at the private school, but she had gotten a scholarship through the state. And in order to uh, not have to pay that back, you have to teach in the state of North Carolina for 8 years.
Oh,
Oh,
And so she transferred to another college that would take that scholarship, and she graduated with a mathematics degree. But she dropped the education part. She just decided she was doing like in class stuff, and she's just like, I can't do this. And I'm
yeah.
like, she called and she was like really upset one day, and she's like, Mama, I just don't think I can do it. I'm petrified. Like, she was sharing her Amazon wish list for her classroom, and sharing like bulletproof backpacks and door
mm,
stoppers and things like that, because it's a reality,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's fucked
that
up.
Yeah.
people can be very afraid of, and she
Yeah.
was not okay with it. And plus she said that kids are assholes, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know why the hell you wanted to do this to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah.
um but so she got her degree in mathematics with a minor in something with computers, again, nerd shit.
That's awesome.
And now she's right, and now she's getting her
Yes.
master's in statistics. um
Oh, she's smart.
so
Both your kids are smart.
Girls in
yeah, they're like
STEM. I love
smart
it.
Yeah,
smart.
yeah, that's
Girls in
They're
cool.
like
STEM.
smart. And she
We need it.
volunteers a lot with STEM programs for
Mm,
younger kids. Like, she still wants to work with young girls in STEM, so she does do a um work with a nonprofit every now and then, teaching them how to code. And because there's not a lot of women in STEM,
there isn't.
it's
No,
mostly a male dominated field. So she really does do that. Like my daughter, the one that does IT, she's the one of only two females that works in the IT department.
Yeah.
So
No, it's awesome that they're both doing that. Brian's in IT, and I'll off and on ask him, were there any women there? And he's like, yeah, there was one, or yeah, there was one or two. It's such a male-dominated field. So I am
it's less.
cheering your
It's less
daughters
so
on. That's
now.
awesome.
It's less so now than it has been
It's
historically. But
improving. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
That's great that
Well,
she's a
what's so
mentor.
sad is that I'm so technologically stupid, and I have two kids that are so super freaking genius smart, and one of them is an IT person, and I still don't know how to run podcasting equipment, for crying out loud.
That's how it goes. My dad was a doctor, and if we would get sick, he'd be like, "You're fine." Like we didn't get any of the
Right.
treatment. It's just, oh, he
Right.
hates it when
Here's some
something goes.
ginger ale.
Yeah,
Watch The Price is Right. Here's a cracker. You're fine.
exactly.
Pretty
And
much.
when stuff goes down in our house, he's like, "I just did this all day. I don't, But
I know.
so
I
that's
know.
very common. So you're right. So when they went to school, you didn't have the group coming back again, like for Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, because that kind of weans you off of that a little bit. You know what I mean? Where
Yeah.
you still get to see them here and there, catch up on their lives. What are you doing? So for you, when they
Yeah.
graduated, like everyone was kind of gone. That would have been such a huge adjustment. And then for
It
you
was
again,
a very huge adjustment.
yeah,
I'm honest. I'm kind of glad COVID happened at that time, because it forced her to come back home. So I
yeah,
wasn't that lonely, but then she left again.
right.
So it was kind of like a heartbreak all over again. And then I'm an idiot. And I had gotten a St. Bernard puppy whenever she was, and I didn't do the math. I didn't realize that she would be I'm sorry.
No.
She was my dog and my dog. She was my dog, and she's been gone for 2 years.
I'm so sorry.
She got old
Yeah.
as fuck when my kids moved out.
So it all
Like,
hit. It's a perfect
Oh,
storm.
I
It's the
get the math
perfect
now.
storm.
yeah,
Yeah.
So she was
Yeah.
your soul. Was she
I
your
didn't
soul
do the
dog?
math.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I don't ever want another dog. I don't
Yeah.
ever want another dog. I can't do it again, physically and emotionally. I don't think I could ever do it again. I don't think I could love another animal as much as I loved her. And I don't think that I could take the heartbreak.
Yeah.
I saw my husband cry so much that he had snot running down his beard. I've never seen that man cry like
Yeah.
that ever.
There's
My
nothing
daughter
like
was
it.
devastated.
Yeah.
My oldest used to work for the county as a animal. I don't even know what you call it.
Control.
At animal control, but she didn't like go out and like take animals. She took care of them, and she had to learn how to euthanize animals and take
Oh
care
my
of them and all kinds of
goodness.
stuff.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
yeah. So whenever we had our dog put to sleep, she came, and I think she just disassociated because she'd
Yes.
seen it so much. And then she told me later that she cried all the way home. And she was our dog. She was our family. I have her
Yeah.
ashes above, my cabinets, and sometimes she makes appearances in my videos because I deal with shit with dark humor. That's how I deal with shit. But I mean, whenever she died, the house was unbearable.
That's the worst.
Oh, you had the
It
perfect
was
storm.
unbearable.
You had the perfect
Yeah.
storm because I lost my soul dog in March, and I'm still
It fucking
processing it.
sucks.
Oh, his
It fucking
ashes.
sucks.
I think I spent more on his box than I did on anything for myself last year. But his ashes and his paw prints are on a prominent table right off the kitchen with plant. I mean, I see him. I pass
It's like a
him.
fucking altar.
It is an altar, and I need that. And I know
I
he
get
shows
it.
up at times. Yeah. So, anyways, I hear what you're saying.
And we have two
but
others still.
we do, but he was my soul dog. But to have your kids leave and then to lose your soul dog, that is devastating. That is. So was that around the time, and the house gets quiet? Is that around the time where you and your husband then also had that talk of, okay, this is what our life is, and where are we going forward with this new phase in our life?
We had that conversation prior to that, because I did have like 2 years at home it was just me and my dog, because my
Okay.
husband's a farmer and he was gone, especially during the summertime. He would be gone until dark. So a lot of times it was just me and my dog,
Yeah.
hanging out. But she had gotten to the point where she was elderly and she had what do you call it? She had arthritis, but she also had like the hip dysplasia. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And they told me that they could have done surgery on her, but the recovery for a dog her age would have been very painful for her without much of a guarantee of length of life. So I didn't really see that being very beneficial for her. It would have been selfish for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we chose, I mean, she would have been 13. She would have been 13 that year in July if she'd have
That's a long life
made
for
it.
a Saint
That's a very
Bernard.
long life for a Saint
Yeah.
Bernard. But she was a mix. But I think whatever she was mixed with, she shit it out because she looked just like a Saint Bernard. And she drooled just like one, and whatever.
What was her name?
Dixie.
Dixie.
She chose her name. My girls tried to name her whenever we went and picked her up. They wanted to name her Nikki because our last name is Stevens. Nikki Stevens, Stevie Nicks. Like they love Fleetwood Mac. I made them listen to music growing up. They were very versed in music. And they really wanted her name to be Nikki. She never turned around while we were in the yard. Like we would just say her name over and over and over and over and over again, and she would never respond to it. So I was like, well, maybe she doesn't like that name. Let's just start screaming out stuff and see what she comes to. And I can't remember which one of us was, but somebody said Dixie, and she turned around and her ears popped up like this, and she took off running towards us. And I was like, well, there you go. She just named herself.
Wow.
So,
I've never heard of a dog that happening with a dog. What a trip.
I like that approach, though.
Yeah, that is a cool approach.
Hard to pick a name.
She was 6 weeks old and she weighed 12 pounds when I brought her home.
Wow.
She was a big bitch.
They're
She was a big
beautiful
old fat
dogs.
bitch.
They're absolutely beautiful dogs. To go back, when you got back from Bosnia and you guys got married and you got your house and you have the roommates and you have your daughter, were you a stay-at-home mom during that time, or did you also have to
No,
work? Okay,
God, no.
so what did you do?
I worked 2 jobs when I was pregnant. Before I had my oldest, I was working at a jewelry store called Freedman's Jewelers, selling jewelry, retail,
Mhm.
slinging jewelry. And then I was waiting tables at a little barbecue joint. And that's a lot of times that's where we would get our dinner because we couldn't afford groceries because we were
Okay.
broke. My husband would come in almost every single day, and that's what we would have for dinner. Because, like I said, we just didn't have money. I mean, I don't even know how. I don't know how we survived, to be honest with you. And our rent was only $400 a month, and you would have thought that was $1 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Well,
we
it's
made
all
it work.
relative. What did he
It
do?
is. It is. At the time, he was working at a machine shop. I think that was his job. No, he was working in a furniture place, loading furniture.
Okay.
And he was pressure washing, doing odd jobs, things like that. And then he started work at a metal company, like fabrication, metal
Yeah.
fabrication. He did that. And then my father-in-law was like, let's build some chicken houses. And I was like, you can have fun with that. I don't want no part of it. I did chickens my whole fucking life.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
So they built chicken houses. So he was part-time farmer and full-time working at that metal shop.
And were
So
you guys still living in that same house?
we lived in that house for 16 years.
Okay.
My mom actually lives in that house now.
So the one where the roommates were,
Mm-hmm.
that same house. Okay.
Yep.
And so
We ended up buying that house.
okay, that's what I was gonna say, because you were renting it
Yeah.
at first, right? And then you
Yeah,
bought
we
it.
rented it for a year, and we built our credit up, and then we had his parents co-sign with us for a year, and then we got it out of their name after a year. So we lived there for 16 years. From the time we moved in together, that was our only address until we bought our house we live in now.
I mean, you guys were hustling.
Yeah,
It's
they
pretty
were.
impressive to only
Yeah.
rent for a year and then to buy that home. That's, I mean, you're saying
With a kid.
with a kid that's saying that like you don't know how you made it work, but man, you did. You made it work really well. Cause
Honey, we did all kinds of odd jobs. You just have no idea. You have no idea. I cleaned houses. I did whatever we needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
I was not going to, be a statistic.
yeah.
I grew up white trash, and I was going to be damned if I was going to be that as an adult. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that's no shade to my mom. They did the best they could.
Yeah.
But I wanted to give my kids more than that. And, I think sometimes maybe us Gen X probably overcompensated some for our lacking. And that's sometimes why we have these overly entitled children running around now. But it's because we grew up so different. When people don't realize that whenever we're sitting here talking about nostalgia and how we loved our childhood and stuff, it's because we didn't know any different. Yeah, we loved it because, we didn't know that there was an alternative, I feel like. It was a form of neglect. I mean, if you look at it, looking at it now, us being at home watching our siblings at 9 is neglect.
Yeah.
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 You can't do that now. You go to jail.
Yeah.
And we want it to be better, right? We all wanted to
Yeah.
push it a little bit further.
No, I always say
Yeah.
that we maybe created the helicopter parenting, but the pendulum had to swing that way in order to find some balance because we were so on the other end of it. So to get away from
Yeah.
that, we had to bring it this way. Plus, we were out there. We know what's out there. So we're not ignorant we're not letting our kids go out at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, walking around on their own out in the wild because we know we're not ignorant to it. So yeah, we are more protective because we know. So
Well, there was no reason for them to have a commercial on the TV for us to be reminded that we had freaking children.
exactly.
Yes.
And that commercial sums it all up. It
Yeah.
still shocks me.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? And I'm sitting here going, damn it. It had to have been such an epidemic at that point for them to have to be told, hey, by the way, you remember those little tax returns, those little tax bracket things you got?
Yeah.
Your pullout game was really shitty. You might want to go check on them, see where they're at.
You know,
I
you're
don't
so
know. Did
right.
you-
It's so, and then they use celebrities too, because that sometimes
Yeah.
I'll see it'll come up on social media.
Yeah, it wasn't just like news. It was like
True.
Deanne Warwick coming on there and be like, hey, by the way, do you know you got crotch goblins? You know where they're at?
Yeah.
I don't reckon you do. You might want to go see about it.
It's
You
so
idiot.
true. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, but you summed it up. Epidemic is
Yeah.
right, because for them to create that campaign,
In the halls of Congress, they're like, we
So-
got a fucking problem.
Out of everything that they could have been doing, it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
can
exactly.
we remind these boomer motherfuckers that they had
Yeah.
children?
yeah.
Somebody go to Hollywood and get these fuckers on the phone.
Oh my God, it's so true. And so, yeah, I think you're right. Most of us worked hard to break that generational cycle. Whatever happened to us, we sure as hell are going to make sure it's not going to happen to our kids. And
Yeah, and I'm not saying I was perfect. Listen, I
no.
made mistakes as a parent, and I tried really hard not to do and treat my children the same way that I was treated. I tried really hard not to look at them and say, you better stop crying. I'll give you something to cry about. I really tried hard not to use that, but I'll be honest with you. There were times whenever I would open my mouth and my mother would come out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because it's a learned thing, and you have to stop yourself from doing that and saying those things, because I can't tell you how many times I got told, shut up or I'll give you something to cry about.
Mhm.
Crying's for pussies. Nobody wants to see anybody. Suck it up. Stop acting like a big baby. It's not that big of a fucking deal. Like my daughter, for instance, and this is my bad, and I apologize to her all the time for this. We got a trampoline whenever she was probably 7 or 8 years old, and she fell. I was trying to teach her how to do flips, right? She fell, broke her arm. I didn't know it was broken because it wasn't like I never broke a bone whenever I was growing up. My brother never broke a bone when he was growing up. So I didn't know what the hell a broke bone looked like. I thought it was just like it had to be like
Oh,
flopped
God.
over or something. No, I didn't know that you could splinter it, right? I had no idea.
Yeah.
So, after she, I'm cuddling her and, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I got her some ice, whatever. And I did. I was like, okay, I'm going to need you to calm down now. It's not that bad.
Right.
It's really not. All right. You're kind of being dramatic about it. I'm going to need you to suck it up a little bit. All right. Just whatever. I did not take her to the hospital. I made her do her homework. She's left-handed. It was her left arm. Okay. I'm a bitch. I'll just say it outright. I'm a bitch. I took her to school the next day. The school nurse called my husband. He took her to the ER. He called me at work and said, it's broken. They're going to have to do surgery.
Oh, no. It was on a growth plate then, right? That sounds like that was not a clean break.
Bruh. You want to talk about somebody feeling like the gum off of the bottom of somebody's fucking boot. I mean, I felt like absolute dog shit.
Yeah.
And then whenever she got older, she would look down at her scar whenever I would be fussing at her about something. And she wouldn't even have to say anything. And I'd just be like, never mind.
That's hilarious.
Funny. But you know what?
Yeah.
We've all had that. I can look back with all three of my kids and I have cringe moments. Especially my oldest, because they're the guinea pigs, right?
And we were
that oldest is that tester kid, dude.
Yeah.
The older one is the tester kid. When, like I said, when you know better, you do better. You treat your youngest one or your middle one or whatever, the ones that come after the first one, you treat them a little bit differently, because that first one, you're learning.
And you were, how old again? Were you 19?
19.
When you first had her?
I was 20 when she was born. I was 20 when she was born.
So you were only 27 when she broke her arm.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I also had another child too. Like I have two girls. They're 22 months apart. So
yeah.
You were my husband couldn't pull out of a fucking driveway.
Listen, you
We
want to
were
hear
kids
this?
having kids.
Talking about that, we have a 29-year-old, a 25-year-old, and a 16-year-old because my husband couldn't pull out of the fucking driveway. So we ended up with a bonus baby.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. So, which I always say, thank God our family wasn't complete
He
without
just
him.
got his
but-
license too, by
yeah,
the way.
he did just get his license. But
See, I'm so glad for everybody else that decided to have one more. Me, that's a freaking not. Let me tell you, I signed those papers to have my tubes tied when I was 6 months pregnant with my youngest. And my husband honestly was a little irritated with me because he grew up with two brothers and he had a lot of cousins and stuff. And if he'd have had his druthers back then, we would have had a fucking football team. But
yeah,
no,
But
I
he
was like,
signed for a boy.
absolutely not. Like, I
Yeah.
can't. Well, it's not even that. No, he told
Yeah.
everybody he was proud to be a girl dad. He told
He's a girl
everybody that
dad.
his shit was strong enough to blow the balls off. That's how he got girls. That's what
There
he
you
said.
go. I like that.
He said that
That's
many times
awesome.
because there were a lot of people that gave him shit about being a girl dad, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Fuck it, I love being a girl dad."
No, being a girl
And he was
dad's
so
like
good
the
with.
shit. It is.
And he
Like,
was so good with the girls. Like he'd let
yeah.
them paint his fingernails. He wore a Hannah Montana wig to go watch the movie. I mean, he was really good girl dad. So
That's awesome.
I think if we'd have had boys, he probably would have killed them because they would have been just like him, into
Yeah.
everything, breaking shit, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
You
I
do the
learned
best
with
you
that
can.
first one. You do
Yeah.
you do the best
Yeah.
you can, and
Yeah.
like I said, I've apologized to her many times about how I reacted to that situation. But then, like you said, I was 27, 28 years old at the time.
Yeah.
I really was still learning. I think my frontal lobe had just formed, you know.
True. That's true.
And
That's
it's,
when it
and
happens.
it's learned behavior. You know, it's learned behavior. And I'm sure that my mom did the best she could because she was learned behavior from her mom. It's just a cycle. And I tried really hard to try and break that. After I did that, I tried to do better. You know, I'm not saying I was perfect all the time, but I did try.
It's not
And I
easy.
hope and I think I'm not one of those parents that are no contact with their kids now. So at least
There
I
you go. That's
must
when
have
you
done
know.
something right.
That's when you know. I'm telling you, I think, and that whole, every parent, every generation did the best they could, and that's in general true. I mean, I do think there's situations like people will say, my parents beat the shit out of me. They didn't do the best they could, so you can't like blanket that. But I do think in general that's true. But I do think Gen X is the first set of where when we became parents, we're like, we're doing different. We're breaking this. So we're not going to fall back on we did the best. We're changing it. And that takes a lot of effort and it takes falling on your face a lot. And it takes so much energy, but I do think in general so many of us were like it stops here with us. We're going to change.
Yeah.
And if you look at Gen Z, they're amazing. They're an amazing, and I know there's a lot of entitlement and there's exceptions, but overall, especially the girls are so cool. I love the Gen Z girls. They have their voice and they're funny and their girlhood is strong. I just think if you want to see how we all did as parents, I'm proud of Gen Z. And I know there's situations where people say, "Oh, they don't want to work," but all the Gen Zs I know are awesome. They're awesome.
Listen, both of my kids are Gen Zs.
Yeah.
My oldest is married, has a successful career. Matter of fact, she just got a promotion at her job that she's been at for the past 6-7 years. She's been with this company. My son-in-law is actually a millennial, like a baby millennial.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny that he's 31. I feel so
Oh,
old.
God.
Oh my God.
That's the youngest millennial, I think, or 30
And
is.
what's so funny is his parents, his mom is my mom's age.
Yes. There are boomers who have young millennials. Isn't that
Yes.
true?
Oh my God. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I can't wait to meet your parents. And I was like, what's your mom's name? He's like, Martha. I'm like, Martha's.
Oh, that's awesome.
Is Martha going to
Martha's got
drinks with me and drink some water?
Martha
no.
walks with you.
Martha has a walker. Like, what the fuck?
But it's true. It's true. Because we'll get people in our comments being like, this parent has had this generation. And then it's like, no, boomers also had some millennials.
Boomers had some millennials. They damn sure
did.
did. And he's the oldest. That's what's so funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
He's the oldest.
So
Oh no, maybe his brother's the oldest. Maybe he's the baby. I don't remember. But anyway, they've been married for 5 years this year. My youngest child, she's 25. has a great career. She's going back to school to get her master's degree. She pays her own damn bills by herself. She's a strong, independent woman, and she don't need no damn man. You know,
Yep.
she's doing her damn thing.
Yeah. They're
So I'm really freaking proud of how my kids turned out, and I'm proud of the majority of their friends. Like most of their friends have really successful careers, and you know, it's really great to see. Now you do have those certain few. Now I'll listen. I'm gonna dog my nephew real quick. My nephew, my son's child. I love him. I do. Zero motivation to get his driver's license. Zero motivation to get a job.
Yeah.
And he's 18. He just turned 18. And I'm just sitting here going, why are these kids that are like that age not want to get a driver's license?
Yeah.
They don't even want to get a job. Like they're content with letting mom and dad or grandma and grandpa take them wherever they need to go. Or they, you know, they got a fucking app and they'll just call them Uber, you know?
Yes. Yes.
I couldn't wait to get my driver's license. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why they don't want to drive. Like, go get a fucking Tesla, dude. They drive themselves, bitch.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, you really don't want to be independent? What?
I've heard of that I think, because that's the young, like our son's 16 and he's the last Gen Z, I think. And I think that he won his license and he's working, but I think there is a group of them that are like that.
Is it COVID?
It's so weird.
COVID thing, if it depended on what state you were in when COVID
Because there is
hit.
a band there that they're just
I know that during COVID and during the lockdown, he was always a little bit more socially awkward. And then COVID happened. So that made it astronomically worse. I think that COVID for certain kids wasn't the cause, but it was definitely the catalyst of how they adapted to navigating other relationships with other people, social situations and things like that. So I do know that COVID did not help. I don't think it was a cause though, but I do think that it was a catalyst for a lot of kids, especially his age. And even younger than that. I don't understand. And it's not even just my nephew. Like he just turned 18 in April, but I have friends that have kids that are, you know, the same age as my kids, and they didn't want to get their driver's license until they were like 20. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? We live in the middle of nowhere and you were content not going nowhere? Like you just
I think
stay
there's
at home.
two branches here of Gen Z. I think there's a group of Gen Z that are not thriving. And then there's a group and I don't know. You know who might
maybe
know?
It was the parenting. I don't know.
It's where were they during COVID? Were they in a state where they were locked down for like 3 years and it was crazy? Or were they in a state where it was more normal and you could still go out? Like, I don't know. Or is it the parenting? We had Kim Minch on. Do you know who that is? She's on social media. She's an adult parenting expert. We had her on like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something. She specializes in that. That's how many kids there are in this Gen Z group that are not thriving, you know,
struggling to launch.
Struggling to launch.
Yes, I've heard that. And maybe I have come across her before, but I get it. I get it. I understand. It is a thing.
Yeah.
But like you said, I do think it has a lot to do with, you know, where they were, you know, age-wise during the pandemic, because that set so many kids back, and not even just kids, like adults too. Like adults forgot how to fucking adult.
Yes.
Like I never stopped doing what I was doing during COVID. I mean, it probably wasn't the most responsible thing to do, but I was still playing bars.
Yeah.
We were one of the only bands that would play bars during the pandemic. I wasn't really concerned about it.
Yeah.
You know,
if that tells you anything. Like it didn't really even happen here. We were like, Florida didn't shut down really.
COVID who? Never heard of her. Y'all were just didn't give a fuck. Y'all just didn't give a fuck.
We did. So our kids pretty much all
outside of school
could do everything.
The schools got weird, just like the rest of the country.
But not long.
No,
not long.
Yeah,
so I think it does depend.
You know what I think it is? I have a feeling for kids who didn't necessarily want to be social and be at school, it fully enabled them to go chill.
Absolutely.
And then the world
100%.
changed because now everything can get brought to you. Like our neighbors, they don't shop. I see them getting their groceries delivered still. Same, yeah, you're doing the
Oh,
same.
yeah.
Now, some things are nice, right? That's a wonderful thing. But you don't have to go do shit.
Other ways.
I am out in other ways, but I would rather get poked in the eyeball with a Bojangles spork than to go to Walmart and pick up groceries. I can't stand it. And it's not even because I don't want to go get groceries. It's the fact that I can't go in that damn place without seeing somebody that wants to stand in the fucking aisle and talk to me for 30 minutes. Listen, Jennifer, from 5th grade, I don't really give a flying fuck what's going on in your life. Let me get my damn ragu and go. Shit.
You were an asshole to me back then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did you?
I am 100%, and I know that makes me sound like a fucking dick, but I am 100%. If I am going down that aisle and I see somebody I know, I am going to go right the fuck back out.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Oh yeah. I'm the same way. When if I do go like Costco, I'll go to Costco, but I have blinders on. I don't make eye contact.
Yes.
I don't look
I just want to get my shit and go.
Yes.
Please just let me go. Because they always end up saying something fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Or they want to know what you do for a living. And then whenever I say social media, they like give me that bless your heart face. And I want to go, bitch, I probably make more money in a week than you do in a fucking month. So
exactly. They don't know.
Bag of dicks. Like they have no idea.
It's so true. But you're not using it because you don't leave the house. Like where things are brought to you that enable people who don't want to go out, don't want to be so.
Right. I mean, I still go out with my band. We still play stuff. My husband does moonshine festivals all the time. I'm a very active and social person.
Right.
I do that stuff, and I go thrifting. I'll do things like that. I just hate fucking Walmart, man. It's like God, Jesus.
No. It's why
the last time I was at Walmart and I got trapped in an aisle. There was a lady that I didn't even go to school with her. She went to school with my husband, but she knows who I am because of him, right? And she was like, I hadn't seen you in a long time. And she basically alluded to the fact that I had let myself go because I had gained some weight, like we all do whenever you friggin' get older.
Who would
calm down, Susan? Right? Well, she made that comment like, whatever. And I was like, yeah, I got a treadmill at home. I'm just lazy. I always try to treat awkward situations with humor or whatever and make fun of myself. That's just, and I said something to the effect of I have a treadmill at home, but it's mostly got my laundry on it because I'm lazy. And she was like, well, why don't you just walk your dog?
Oh my
God. I looked at her, I was like, my dog died. And she goes, you should get another one.
Oh.
And I said, she wouldn't let it fucking die. Like she just wouldn't let the conversation go, right? She just kept on and kept on. And I was like, well, once you've had the best dog in the world, you don't want to. And listen, she would not let it die even after that. She goes, well, how do you know she was the best dog ever? No. Because I fucking know, okay? No. Shut up. But it was so funny because I was able to do a video about it.
There you go.
And it made me money off of her stupid shit.
Yeah.
That's content. It's perfect. It's perfect.
You got to move.
Exactly. It's so funny.
No. So to go back though,
that's
you said
hilarious.
You guys lived in that house for 16 years. And you're both hustling, raising your daughters. When you left that house, where did you guys go?
So, we had many hats. I did jewelry industry from probably 1998 up until about 2010. I worked at several different jewelry companies. One was Friedman's Jewelers, which is no longer a company anymore. They filed bankruptcy back in like 2006, 2007, somewhere like that. I worked for another company called Whitehall Jewelers. They also filed bankruptcy. Daniel, actually, my husband told me, he said, you need to go work for the IRS. Maybe they'll file bankruptcy because everywhere you go seems to crumble. And then I ended up working at Kay's up until 2010. When we bought our local beer store. So we were known as the heathens in town because, we live in a very Bible Belt area where you know, people would hide their beer like in carts at the grocery store, like put shit
Even
on top of it. So
even
yeah,
in 2010, people were doing that
No,
still.
in general, you're saying you have a bunch of closet alcoholics.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm not a
So
closeted one. I'm just out in
yeah,
the
Yeah,
open.
no,
I don't
that's
give
a
a shit.
trip though. So they won't
so
show that
they won't show
they
that they're
drink.
buying that
Wow,
they
that's
drink.
wild.
Yeah, I would literally, when we bought this store, like it was one of the only places, because our county, well, to give a little bit of history about where I'm at, the county, Chatham County, was dry for for long time. Like
Hmm.
it wasn't until like the 90s that you could purchase
Wow.
alcohol in my county,
Wow.
right? Um, and the neighboring county beside us, Randolph County, is still dry to this day. It's 2026, and the county itself is dry, but the city of Asheboro is wet, if that makes sense. Like the county itself, you cannot buy alcohol unless you go into the city of Asheboro. And then it's a free for all. You can, you know, liquor by the drink, beer, all that good stuff, right? ABC stores galore.
Can you buy it
So,
and bring it back to where you live in the county?
you can, but we live in such a very small area, and the little town that I live in is like tucked in at the like corner of this other county that is completely dry and another county that is completely dry. And we got alcohol first. So this beer store, this man used to run a bait and tackle shop where he repaired knives and repaired hunting equipment, and he would sell bait, like minnows and worms and stuff for people that wanted to go fishing and shit like that. Because you know
Yeah.
we live out in the country, and that's what we do. And he found out that we were getting alcohol, so he immediately applied for that shit. Immediately, he ordered one truck loaded down full of Budweiser. That truck was so loaded down that it bowed in the middle, filled to the brim with Budweiser beer. He upcharged it $1, and he sold it to people by the trunk loads, because they would come from the two neighboring counties that
Right.
were dry, and they would buy whatever they could, load it down in the back of their trucks or in the back of their trunks, and bootleg that shit.
Wow.
So when we bought that store, there was a lot of history that came with it. Like he was so busy that he had a drive through for alcoholics. Okay. Because they didn't want the Baptist church to see that they were over there getting beer. So he had like a screen put in, and
God.
like you drive behind it and you could get whatever it was, and nobody would know that it was you. And you drive off with your 12 pack or your 24 pack or whatever. Yeah.
Wow. What a trip. What a
Mhm.
trip.
I didn't realize North Carolina had dry counties. That's
Oh,
wild.
yeah. Still dry counties. It's crazy. So when we bought it in 2010, there was still the stigma around, because we live very close to like 3 Baptist churches, and y'all know how Baptists are.
Right.
Mhm.
You
Right.
know, no offense to the Baptists watching, but some of y'all, some of y'all, some of y'all. Anyway, that there was several people that would come in the store, and on a Saturday after they were weed whacking. And they would go over there to the cooler and they'd get him an 18-pack of Michelob Ultra. And they would see somebody from the Baptist church coming in, and they toss it behind me going, "Don't tell them I'm here. I'm waiting on a pizza. That's what I'm waiting on."
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, "Are you fucking serious? You are 3 times 7 and you're acting like you're 12. Like,
Right.
come on." We had people that would literally not come in there and shop with us, even though we sold Hunt Brothers pizzas. I don't know if y'all have those there, but it's like a convenience store pizza, best convenience store pizza ever. We sold pizzas, and people would order pizzas there, and I mean, we were hopping all the time with pizzas. We couldn't keep up. But we had people that would literally not come in there because we sold alcohol, because I'm like, "Do you not go to the grocery store? Because they sell alcohol. Do you not go to San Felipe on a Saturday night? They sell alcohol. Maybe you should get a margarita,
Yeah.
Brenda.
Yeah.
Calm down."
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. What is it? Just that's That is not that long ago. 2010.
No, we
People would be
we sold
acting
it in
like that.
2016. We sold it in 2016 because I couldn't do it anymore. They made it so hard with the taxes and the fees and the restrictions, and I wanted to expand, and our county wouldn't let us because of the septic system. I would have had to do this, that, and the third to be able to do it, and I was like, I can't. I wanted to put in gas tanks, and they wouldn't allow me to because of it was just too much. And I was like, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I'm sinking more money into this than I should. And it's just ridiculous. Plus, at the time, my husband was coaching wrestling. He was trying to help me with that business while also running 7 chicken houses and 100 head of cattle.
Wow.
And our daughters were still in high school playing sports.
Oh, geez.
And my husband had purchased the house that we're in right now at an auction for $35,000. So we were trying to remodel that house. I don't
Wow.
know when we slept for like 2 years.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
really
crazy.
don't.
That sounds
It was absolutely insane. We were both, I think I was the skinniest I've ever been in my entire life because I didn't eat and I didn't sleep.
Yeah. Because having 2 girls in high school in sports is bad. That takes up your life. And then have everything else you guys are doing. I'm sure there's parts of those years you don't even remember what it's like you blacked out.
I did, honestly. I was walking around in a daze. And in the midst of that, my oldest was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. So we had to navigate learning how to help her with that and help, educate myself and everybody else around us on how to deal with that situation.
Right.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a friggin' lot.
No kidding. And that was all in 2 years' time of just all of that.
2-3 years. Yeah. And my husband's parents were going through a divorce as well at the same time.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Craziness.
So was that before you sold it, or was that the 2-3 years before you sold it?
It was right around, all of it kind of happened at the same, And then in 2016, whenever I left, I decided I was going to go to the county and get a job so I could have benefits. Because I didn't have any retirement. I didn't have insurance. And I thought, well, that'll be a good way for me to do it. County benefits are always great, right? So my dumb ass thought I would be a lunch lady, which I loved my job. Don't get me wrong. I loved being around those kids. I had a great time, but working for the county is not for me. There is too much bullshit and absolutely not. I quit after the 1 school year. Told them that they could kiss my ass.
Lady, there was still a headache. Like, you would think you'd be off, that you wouldn't be dealing with lunch ladies, but even with that, there was.
So I was, because I am an overachiever when it comes to my job. I always go in and try to, whatever you need, whatever can I do anything to help? Can I learn this so it makes your life easier? I've always been the manager's favorite, always, because I've always taken, and I think that's just, I don't know. I don't know what that is. There's something wrong with me on the inside, I think, because I'm just an overachiever. I just want to please. Yeah. And so my manager, she ended up having to have an emergency appendectomy and gallbladder removal. So I was the only one that was willing to learn how to run that cafeteria. So I was a temp because that was what they hired me in for, but I was working full time as a manager for not the pay.
Oh.
And whenever it came time for them to evaluate me, because I was like, okay, I'm just going to continue to put forth this effort. I'm going to continue to show them that I'm willing to do these things. That way they'll give me full time. And they passed me over for like the 3rd time full time. And I was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, absolutely not. I can't, I'm not going to do this anymore. You're paying me $11.25 an hour and I'm doing a manager's job. Yeah. I don't have benefits. This is bullshit. So I left and I became a personal assistant up until 2023. And then I started doing full-time content creation.
So personal assistant for like a corporate person, or?
No, it was an individual person. She owned a trucking company, and I would help her with her bookkeeping and tax prep and things like that.
So in 20, just real quick side note on the high achiever, a lot of Gen Xers are like that. We've had a lot of guests come on from this generation, and that high achieving, people pleasing, it roots back to how we were brought up. So
Mhm.
it's definitely not a defect or anything wrong with you. It's consistent. It's consistent with, I think, how well we were so many of us received love and validation through performance, through achievements. That's when we received
Right.
attention. That's when we
Yeah.
received acceptance. And so continuing to try to achieve, we got trained. Like that's when we got to receive those dopamine hits of what we were looking for from people, and then took that into our adulthood as we
Yep.
worked and all that. So very consistent behavior. It makes sense. All right, so you said 2023 is when the content creation for you really, is that when it kind of started, or had you been working on it before 2023, or was that literally when you began?
So I started doing content on TikTok during the pandemic, like a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people did. And
Right.
it was so funny because my first viral video was so low effort. It was so low effort. It's so funny. I was sitting on the crapper, as one does, scrolling, you know, because what we used to do back in the 80s and 90s is look at Reader's Digest or,
Yeah.
you know, the back of the shampoo bottle while we're
Yeah.
trying to take a shit. Now we're scrolling social media
Yeah.
to, you know, work that turd out.
Yeah.
So I'm just scrolling and a video came across my feed and it was this cop and who said, "That's it. Stitch your best excuse as to why you got pulled over today." And I don't know what it was. It was just something in my head. It was like, oh, I got an idea for a video. So I finished up what I was doing in the bathroom. I went in my car. I had zero lighting. I didn't have a tripod. I didn't have nothing. I kind of positioned my phone up in like the corner of the dash. And I stitched the video and I said, well, see, what had happened is I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty and you've been dodging my phone calls. And this is the only way I've been able to get a hold of you. It went completely and utterly viral. I've never in my life had my phone blow up that much. It was such a high. And I was sitting there going, oh my gosh, this was like the lowest effort that I have ever given to anything in my entire life. And people fucking loved it.
Yeah.
They thought it was
Brilliant.
hilarious.
It is hilarious. That's brilliant. I love that.
The cop that originally made the first video that I stitched duetted it, liked it, and then sent me a friend's request. So we're still mutuals on TikTok. 6 years later, we're still mutuals. So
That's
I see his
awesome.
content every now and then. But that was my first viral experience, and I don't know. It's like once you get that first viral, it's like it's that dopamine rush, and you just want to get that next.
Yeah.
Because I enjoyed making people laugh at a situation that annoys the shit out of 90% of us, right?
Yes.
How many times
Yes.
have you gotten a phone call in that time? It was during 2020 where you were getting a phone call like every 5 minutes. We'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty, or you get that thing in the mail and they're
Yeah.
talking about your car's extended warranty or whatever. And so it was a relatable thing and it made people laugh and it was poking fun and it was just so fun to me to entertain people.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to chase that high ever since, you know? And so I kept doing it. And I was starting to slowly grow my account. I think I hit 10,000 followers in like, I don't know, 6 months, which seems like a long time, but in social media world, that's pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't making money off social media. I was just doing it for fun,
Yeah.
you know? And then I got to about 100,000 followers and my husband thought that it would be funny if, because I drink a lot of wine and I used to get Duplin wine. It's a local North Carolina wine. And it's very sweet. It's very delicious. I love it, but it has so many calories in it. I can't do it anymore. I would love to, but I can't. And I would go through like 2 bottles of that shit every day. I ain't even gonna lie. I think I turned into like an alcoholic during the pandemic. I ain't even gonna front.
I think we all did. Yeah.
I think we all did. It was,
Yeah.
you know, we couldn't, and
Yeah.
plus our governor, you know, kind of dared all of us during the pandemic that we couldn't drink at bars after 9 o'clock. And we were like, oh, bet we can just get drunk before they, So we're like, that's fine. We'll order buckets of beer at 9 p.m. and be fucked up by 11. We didn't care. So my husband was like, it would be really funny if you took, okay. So we would order stuff from this Christian bookstore called Adam and Eve.
I forgot about that website.
And sometimes they'll give you like free, like gift with purchase things, right? They'll send you like this little free gift with purchase that's like a mystery item or whatever. Sometimes it's a movie. It's really shitty acting, Oh, I'm a pirate on a ship and I'm stranded. Oh, help me. And sometimes it's like a toy. Well, we had got this toy in the mail that I am not going to use at all. It has a flared base.
Yeah, no.
And I'm sorry, that's an exit, not an entrance. We're not doing that. I got hemorrhoids. No. So he was like, it would be really funny if you use this as a wine stopper. And I was like, that's the stupidest fucking shit I ever heard in my life. But I was already 2 glasses in and I was like, fuck it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So I did the video and I was like, my husband is the sweetest man ever. And he bought me this new wine stopper. Let me show it to you. And I put this butt plug in this wine bottle and people lost their fucking minds about it. There were people from other countries like taking a sip of their wine after, like, they would stitch my video and they would take a sip of their wine and like spit it out and be like, no wonder it tastes like shit. Like, it was so hilarious.
Yeah.
Justin Nunley actually stitched it one day and I was like, I have fucking made it.
You made it.
I have fucking made it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I gained like 50,000 more followers overnight. It was so wild. It was so crazy. And I'm sitting here going, now I'm known. I was a meme. I was a meme on Reddit.
No way.
That's hilarious.
Yes.
That's awesome.
It was so bad.
It's
awesome. But also, do you know how many names they call me? They call me some really bad names.
I'm sure.
But it's okay. I got thick skin. It's fine.
Yeah.
I don't care. But yeah, I honestly had always been trying to chase it. Right. And I never thought that it could be like a full-time thing, like a career. And I want to say career, but I also want to say I have never, ever, ever, ever depended on social media money to pay my bills. Let me repeat that to anybody that thinks that content creation is a fix-all. I've never counted on social media money to pay my bills, to pay my mortgage, to pay my car payment, to do any of those things. It is extra to me. It is retirement money. It is money to help my children. It is money to do fun shit. It is money to help my mom. It is money that is extra. I've never counted on it. Now, I'm not shitting on people that do, but it can be taken away and snatched from you in a fucking heartbeat. And I never want to be dependent on that income alone.
Right. That's smart.
So take that with a grain of salt.
No, that's very smart.
We are financially independent and financially well off enough, with the farm that my husband runs, that this is fun for me and extra money. Right. But I never thought that it could be something more than just fun, that it could actually make me money.
Right.
And then they came out with the content creator program, the creator rewards program. Like at one point it was just the creator program and you were getting like pennies off of all your videos. And then they started doing where it was only content that was over a minute, which let me just tell you is hard. It is not easy to come up with content jokes that's more than a minute. Yeah. Because people's attention span is like 8 seconds. Yeah. If you don't catch somebody in the first couple seconds of your video, you're cooked. Yeah. That's why my videos look like they do in the morning. It's, sliced up so I can catch somebody's attention, Right. There was a bout where I was doing reaction videos to song lyrics at one point, and I was making I remember I made $6,000 off of one video. Wow.
Wow.
but it got 13 million views.
Right.
Wow.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's not, you know, you see somebody that gets, you know, 100,000 views. They're not making shit off of that. Maybe $10.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to hit that For You page and get millions, millions of views for you to be able to make decent money.
Right.
But yeah, I really never thought that that would be my full-time gig. But whenever I started doing like TikTok shop, whenever it started getting really big, I was friends with some other people that did TikTok shop, and I was very against it to begin with. I was like, I feel like I'm exploiting my audience. And it was put to me in this way, and it put it in such a different perspective for me. You go on a video and you're wearing, say, these glasses right here, and you have 20 people in your comment section asking where you got those glasses.
Right.
Why would you not tell them where you got those glasses and then provide them a link if they want to buy those glasses?
Yes.
Why would you not do that?
Right.
And so that put it into a perspective for me, because I did wear stuff. I did have things that people would ask me about all the time. Oh, what kind of coffee are you drinking? Where'd you get your coffee pot from? Or where'd you get your coffee mug from? Where'd you get your glasses from? What kind of t-shirt are you wearing? Where'd you get those shorts? Oh my God, I love those shoes. It's an avenue for me to be able to share with my audience because they're interested and they love the fashion that I have, or they like the doohickey that I bought, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Do I buy some dumb shit off of the TikTok shop? Yes. Why do I have a Barbasol can from Jurassic Park that you open it up that has little vials in it? Why did I buy that? Because I was drunk one night on box wine and I was like, oh, that's cool.
That's fucking hilarious.
No, but
well, I did a video. I was like, you could put your weed in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't say weed. I was like, you could put your spices in this.
Yeah.
In case you're at a white person's cookout and they don't know how to use spices. Like, you know.
You know what you're doing though with that? It's really the same as if you're with your girlfriends and like, where'd you get that purse? And then you tell them.
Exactly. And I do that. And I do that.
Yeah.
And I do try out different products. Like because I'm a TikTok shop affiliate, I do have brands that reach out to me all the time, want me to try their stuff. And sometimes I say yes, and sometimes I don't, because I'm not going to accept something that I don't want to use.
Right.
If it's a dumbass product, or if it's a skincare product, that I've already got my skincare routine down, dude.
Right.
I've already committed to Medicube, and I'm a lifer, and that's just what it is.
Yeah.
Nobody else. I'm not going to try your shit. Sorry, I don't care.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be that person either that tries a different product every 5 minutes just to make a buck. Like that's so disingenuous to me.
Yes, it takes integrity. You need to hold on.
Yes, it does. It does. Like every 5 minutes, you're obsessed with a new. Shut up. Please shut all the way up. But like a new bra, if they want to send me a new bra, listen. Us ladies love a good damn bra. I'm going to try a good bra. If it's comfy, I'm going to try it, and I'm going to tell everybody whether it's worth a damn or not. And if it's not, don't ask me, because I'm going to tell them the truth.
Yeah. And
because I've given some really shitty reviews.
No, it's the trust. If your audience can trust you, then it actually helps.
I've done some really bad reviews and gotten, my score on TikTok shop went at one point because I gave a company a really shit review. I was like, this is garbage.
Yeah.
And if you buy this, you're a dumbass. Do not waste your money. And I got so many dings on my account for that because they judge you on the score that the product, the company that sends you the product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they like score you on your videos or whatever. Mm-hmm. And they gave me like a Yelp review from hell. Which meant my score went really down.
What's the impact of that, though? Does that mean they'll show less views or something?
So it messes with your views, and it messes with your ability to work with certain brands. It lowers your GMV, which is your gross something or another. Anyway, that's how they judge you. Yeah, there you go. See, again, I'm not technologically smart with that stuff. I just know what I got to do. Okay.
Yeah.
So I try to work with brands that I believe in and something that I'm actually going to use.
Because if you're not supposed to give a bad review, then what about if you accept a product and you really don't like it, but they don't want you to give a bad review? Can you do no review, or will the brand come after you and say you took
So,
something?
so whenever you get like a free sample,
Mm-hmm.
and I try not to take free samples. I try to buy it myself. That way, I can find out how long the shipping process is, because
Mhm.
sometimes if they know that you're doing like a sample review, they're going to ship it out to you like that. But if
Yeah,
you paid for it with your own money, the shipping process might take longer. It might be a lot less fast. You know what I mean?
right.
Like
Yeah.
there was
Like
a
a month.
t-shirt that I had ordered. Yeah, I had ordered a t-shirt. It was one of those Reading Rainbow t-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
They were going viral, and it come up where I could have asked for a free sample, and I was like, oh, you mean I can get that for free? Well, the t-shirt was only like $16. So I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I'll just buy it. I'll just buy the t-shirt, support, whatever. And it took 23 days.
Yeah.
23 days.
And you need
I
to know
linked the
that.
t-shirt, and I told them, I was like, I just want you to know this is an awesome t-shirt. The quality's great. Love it. However, it took forever to get here.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So
think
I
that's
have that
good.
option if I purchase it. Yeah, I have that option if I
Yeah.
purchase it. Now, if I get a free sample from a company, I have 14 days to post a review. Now you can do a negative review. You can do a positive review. They don't ding you on TikTok necessarily if you give a bad review. It's the company that sent you the product that will go in TikTok and give you a bad score for your review.
Man,
It's almost like Uber.
so yeah, but so you really have to be sure of what you're accepting, because you have
Right.
to assume
So
I'm going to like this
correct.
and give a good
Correct.
review. And then I think that
Correct.
also shows people who are taking everything, you can't totally trust what they're saying, because they can't be
Right.
giving good reviews to all this stuff.
Right.
So be
Right.
more particular, and then people can, it's the trust.
Yeah.
There's another creator I watch, and he'll be like, I don't lie about reviews, and he'll go buy like crumble cookie, and then he'll try it, and then he'll give his honest, he wasn't given it. So that maybe
Right.
that's the difference. He's like, I'm going to go try this, and I'll let you guys know what I think. So it's very
Right.
subjective. This is but people value what he's saying, 'cause he's being honest. But
Am I the only one that doesn't like crumble cookies?
I can't try because I'm gluten free, but I know the kids like it.
What
It's
we
those
had those?
I
cookies
don't
we buy
like
that are big.
them.
Yeah,
They're too much, I
the
think.
reviewer didn't like them. He said they're dry. He didn't like
I
them.
think they're overrated.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But
They're expensive.
he said that. He said
Well,
they're
there
dry
goes our
or
shot at
expensive.
crumble cookies.
Yeah. We're not going to be
Crumble
contacted.
cookies. I'm just kidding. Call a hoe.
Here, let me take them off our
I'm
list.
just kidding. No, I did. Listen, we went to Pigeon Forge with Grayson and his wife a couple years ago, and we stayed in this house called the Dolly House. It was Dolly themed. It was so awesome. It was so cool. It had an indoor pool, which was more like a puddle, to be honest with you, but it was really cool. We stayed with them for the weekend, and his wife ordered the crumble cookies, and she was like, "These are so good," and I'm sitting here going, "Eh."
Yeah, I don't know, because again, I haven't tried them.
They're expensive for what? It's like just a fucking sugar cookie with a bunch of frosting on
Yeah.
top. Like,
I think it's why the kids like it, because they're expensive. They like
oh
something like
God, it's so
I'd
weird.
rather
It's
have my
listen,
grandmother's.
I don't drink Starbucks either, so there's that. I think
will-
Starbucks tastes like shit and it's overrated.
I will see. That's what we have.
Except for
here.
in Starbucks, you want to contact a hoe. I'm just kidding. I love your coffee. I'm just kidding. No, I don't. It sucks. I'd rather have Dunkin' all day. It's
I
better
like
coffee.
Dunkin's good too. They're
Dunkin',
good.
call me.
Yeah, there you go. So I have to ask
That's
you. You're
hilarious.
speaking of coffee. Your morning skit where you pour the coffee, you pour the creamer, you tell everyone to take their medicine, and you talk about something that an observation. Where did that come up? Where did you come up with that?
So the spoon toss came from me being mad. I do not remember when it happened, but I remember I was scrolling. I was outside smoking my morning cigarette, drinking all my coffee, scrolling on the internet, and I come across a video that just pissed me off. And I was like, in my GenX brain, I was like, I got to talk about this shit. So I go in the house and I just threw my phone down and I propped it up against my my Ninja air fryer. That's where
I have one of those.
if anybody knows what that is, that's where my phone is 100% of the time when I do those videos. It is
Ninja
propped
air
up
fryer.
against that Ninja air fryer.
I love it.
So I propped it up against there and I was like, and I just left it in there. Right. And I don't remember exactly what I was mad about. I don't know, but that's how it started.
Okay.
And people like loved it. They loved it. They're like, oh my God, we need the 3 taps and the toss. Like, that's so great. And now if I don't do it, people are in my comment section going, oh no, my day is not complete. Where's 3 taps and the toss? What's going on? You didn't remind me not to take, you didn't remind me not to be a twat waffle and take my medicine.
Yes.
What happened?
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm out of town. Jesus, calm down. So I feel like I'm going to have to record that in several different pairs of PJs with several different coffee cups so I can redo it every single day for the rest of my life.
Right. Just insert
Just
here.
go on a binge.
Insert here.
It's so funny. It's so funny. People call me out so bad for it. It's so bad. They're like, you did 3 taps this morning. You did 4 taps this morning instead of 3. I'm going to need you to go back. My OCD cannot handle that.
No, but it's
it's very funny.
They like repetition. I've seen that with different creators that do the same thing in certain videos, and they're like, "You didn't."
I never expected it.
Yeah,
I never expected it to be a thing, but it's been a thing for over a year, and it's really funny. And I get videos from my friends that'll be out and about, and they'll do the tap and the toss and send me the video, and it's so hilarious. And sometimes I'll put it on my page.
I love it.
It's just it's funny. And Nick. I know Nick was on there with you guys not too long ago. Whenever we were getting ready to load up for the GenX cruise last year, he was like, good morning, do you want to talk junk? And I was like, that's because he can't cuss because of his brand, but I can say shit.
That's awesome. Well,
he doesn't swear.
No, he
doesn't swear.
Speaking of Gen X Takeover, so with the social media growth that you've had, how has it connected you with other Gen X personalities, and what opportunities has that brought to you?
Oh gosh, where do I start? Okay, so I ended up being mutuals with Grayson McGaha on TikTok. I don't remember when. I know that I was following him well before he followed me. And I don't exactly know when all of that happened, but I creeped up in his live one day and his wife completely fangirled about me being in the live, which was so freaking weird to me. We exchanged phone numbers and we would talk every now and then. And he was doing the stickers for the Gen Xers, like Slim Sherry, Dad Bod, Nick, and Kelly, right? And I was having such a problem with my YouTube at the time. And Grayson's wife was trying to help me figure it out. And he was like, you know what? Sherry's one of the smartest people I've ever met. Let me get you in contact with Sherry. Let me tell you, when I tell you that Sherry is one of the most kind and genuine people that I have ever come across in my life.
Yeah.
She had never met me in person. She did not know me from Adam, but she spent an hour and a half on the phone with me, and she didn't have to, trying to help me figure out my monetization on YouTube.
Yeah.
She didn't have to do that. And this was before I met her in person. So, and we would text every now and then, right? After that, because she was just a genuinely cool person, right? And I felt like we jived, as people. And I had become mutuals with another creator called That 172, That One Crazy 72. Her name is Jessica McCabe on TikTok as well. And Bridget, I can't remember what Bridget's last name is. Anyway, the 3 of us would do content together every now and then. And the Gen X Takeover was going to do their first comedy show in Nashville, I want to say 2 years ago. Has it been 2 years? God,
I think it's
been 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has been 2 years.
Yeah.
It was 2024. And so me and Jessica were texting back and forth, and I was like, do you want to go to this? And she's like, hell yeah, I want to go to this. Do you want to go to this? I was like, fuck yeah, I want to go. Let's go. Let's make a weekend out of it.
Yeah.
We'll go half-seas on a place, and we'll just make a weekend of it, and we'll just have a good time. I texted Sherry. I was like, hey, me and Jessica are going to come. I'm so excited to meet you and everybody else. This is going to be awesome. So I flew to Nashville. Jessica came and picked me up because she lives in Alabama. So it was kind of like a couple hour drive for her. So she picked me up from the airport and we stayed in this Airbnb for the weekend. And we went back to the house that Sherry, Kelly, John, and Nick had rented for the weekend. And we had like the best time. We sang karaoke, we drank. Well, I drank. We had the best time. You know, I had met John for the first time, dad bod veteran. I met him for the first time. He's really tall, by the way.
He is.
Didn't realize how tall he was until I met him in person. Nick looks old as shit, but I'm actually older than he is. So take notes, buddy. Get some Just for Men for that beard, bud. And, you know, it was so cool to meet Sherry and her wife. And I met Dad Bod's wife and, you know, and Kelly. I think Kelly was a little like, who is this bitch to begin with? But we're cool now. I think she was kind of like, why are you here? But I don't blame her. Like they have built something so unique.
Yes.
And so niche and so absolutely wonderful for our generation that I can absolutely 100% understand that she didn't want someone trying to come in and ride on coattails.
Right.
That's not who I am as a person. And she didn't know that about me then. Right. So I've never been offended by her like standoffishness. She was never rude. Let me just throw that out there. She was never rude. She was nothing but kind to me.
Right.
But she did have that wall up to begin with me, because I think she was very protective, as she should be, of what they've built. Yeah. But so that's when I met all of them. And I ended up getting in a group chat on Facebook with a bunch of other Gen X creators. That's where I met John Catrides. That's where I met Gen X Gina. That's where I met, you know, a lot of other people that are just, and I think we've just created this really cool kind of camaraderie because we bounce ideas. I wish we would do more collaborations with each other, but all of us are so everywhere. We're all doing our own thing. 2 years ago during the summer, we were doing collabs together. We were uploading videos and sharing them with each other and kind of meshing them together and doing stuff like that. I wish we could get back to that. It just would take us to have a little bit more effort because we are so spread out and we are doing so many different things. But yeah, I'm so excited and so incredibly blessed to have connected with so many people that I never would have before. You know, I remember my mom and everybody else saying, you know, stay away from the internet. There's weirdos. Well, yeah, there's a lot of weirdos, but they're my kind of weirdos. Yeah. And I'm digging it, you know? Oh, I would have never met you guys.
I know.
Had it not been for social media. So, you know, and I appreciate that. I love it. I love it.
I know. And you're so right. I love the way you just said that. It's like, those are my kind of weirdos. I can totally relate to that. And every time, you know, we feel blessed to be able to get to know you and have you on. And, you know, for us, the getting access to Gen X personalities such as yourself, where you will come on and share your life story. For us, it's funny. It started with Sherry too. And Sherry just is a good person. And
she is one of the best fucking humans I've ever met.
She is.
She really is. She would give the shirt off of her back.
Yeah.
If you needed it. Yeah. She really would. And her wife, Krista, is the same. Like, I love them dearly. And I wish that we talked more, but, you know, I'm in North Carolina, they're in Georgia. I wish we lived, but you know what? Honestly, if we lived near each other, I don't know if the world could handle it.
Yeah.
There's enough distance to make it happen.
Oh my God. We would be so insufferable. It would be so bad.
Yeah. No, it's really awesome. I mean, I have loved just the whole community, being able to watch on social media, and everyone just is so talented. I relate. I feel seen. It resonates. I laugh my ass off. And then for us to get to know you guys better, it's just, wow,
there's another person you really need to make sure that you reach out to is Carmen. I don't want to say her last name and butcher it, but it starts with a G. Okay. She does Gen X skits all the time with like nostalgia stuff. She is absolutely amazing. I got the pleasure of being with her on a Zoom call for content creators that were going to be added into the Gen X cruise for next year, next March. And I actually was able to talk to her in person, like an actual conversation. She's so super cool. I wish her and Gen X Gina live very close to each other. They're both in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But Gina, let me just tell you, Gina is a trip. I know y'all spent 4 hours with her, but text with her at about, 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, I've texted with
Send
her.
her some parachute pants. Send her some parachute pants that are way too long for you. See what happens. But Carmen is so super sweet, and she's so super genuine. And it makes me almost wish that I lived in Texas. Almost, not really. But I'm super excited to meet both of them in person on the cruise, because you conversate with somebody on social media. It's not the same as being with them in person.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that. And did you know Carmen has over 1 million followers on fucking YouTube? She has a gold plaque, dude.
Wow.
Gold.
Wow.
I got a silver one. Makes my silver one cry. Like mine is over there in the corner going, No, she got a gold one not too long ago.
Wow, that's
she
amazing.
is huge on YouTube. People love her. She does all kinds of skits. She has she's amazing. If you have not watched her, I'm going to send you her link. You need to. She's amazing.
Send me her link.
She's amazing.
I'm sure I've seen her, but please send me her link. I just love it.
I will. And I guarantee you she would be interested in sitting down with you guys and talking.
Okay, cool.
She, like I said, she's a very genuine. I really love the fact in our community too, that we push each other too. Like I have listened to other people on podcasts that are in this Gen X community where they have mentioned other Gen X creators.
Right.
And it's so wonderful that we all have each other's back. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
Because there's enough meat on the table for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes.
There are so many of us Gen X content creators, but we're all different. Even though we might do some of the same stuff, we're all different. We all have our own personalities, and we all have our own different audiences, and we can reach different people, but we can also cross reach people.
Yes.
Like whenever I do content creation and collabs with Grayson, people are like, oh my gosh, 2 of my favorite creators in one video. Whenever I do content, which I don't do much with the Gen X crew, because I never want them to, or anybody else to think that I'm trying to ride on their coattails. I make my own coat.
Right.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
I hang out with them because we're friends and I enjoy their company, not because they can offer me something.
Right.
So I try my best not to do it's spontaneous every time.
Right.
But whenever we do content together, they're like, oh my gosh, all of my favorite people, you know?
Yes.
And I think it's really wonderful that we can reach such a broad audience, but also cross reach, you know?
Absolutely.
And then we all support each other in what we're doing.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. And it is such a testament to our generation. I think you all are such an inspiration for Gen Xers in general as we have hit midlife and are going into the second phase of our life, that, hey, you can do anything. You can reinvent yourself.
Yeah.
You can go after whatever dream you want, and you can continue to live and thrive. And you guys are all an example of that. And I think that's so unique. I don't think that's happened in this degree for a generation as they have hit midlife, to have peers totally reinventing themselves and going after what they want at 45, 46, 47, 48, in their 50s, in their late 50s into 60. I mean, Gen X Gina is going to be 60 in October, which is crazy to think about.
I know. That's so weird. She looks younger than me.
I know. Talk about
it's so insane. I kind of want to punch her in the face. I'm not even going to lie. Like, what are you doing? Give me your skincare. Is it Botox? Because I need to go get some. I mean, shit.
It's amazing.
Jesus.
It's just inspiring. And I feel so fortunate for our generation, because we've been put through it for so much of our lives, to kind of land here and be like, well, we all kind of relate. We all had a shared experience to some level. Some people's trauma was more crazy than others, but there's a commonality we can all relate on. And look at us, look at all that we're doing. And then other Gen Xers can look up to you guys and say, okay, I'm going to do it. They're doing it. I'm going to try it. And I think we're going to redefine aging, honestly, our generation.
Oh God, are you serious?
That's a question.
I remember whenever I was a teenager and, young kid, teenager, looking at somebody that was 47, I'm 47 now. I remember looking at someone that's 47 and thinking, God,
Yeah.
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 you're fucking old.
Yeah.
The Golden Girls?
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Yeah, you see those pictures where they show like the Golden Girls and they're like, what, in their 30s or something?
They're in their 40s.
I mean, I'm exaggerating.
Yeah,
They're in their 40s. Like
Yeah.
every single one of them have the grandma haircut and they're in their freaking 40s.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there going, I am not doing,
No.
I'm not aging like that. No,
No.
I'm wearing ripped jeans.
Yes.
I'm not cutting my hair off to,
Right.
the old lady, helmet
Yes.
The
hair.
bun.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not doing that. No, we don't. Listen, we don't have to age the way society says we have to.
Right.
We can create our own aging.
Yes.
I'm going to wear my band t-shirts. I'm going to be fucking weird.
Yeah.
I'm going to do whatever I want to do. I'm still going to be out playing music till 2:00 in the morning, as long as my body will allow me to, because I'm going to get old my way.
Yes. And because you can. I sometimes think about, there's a lot of us who have health issues and can't. And so sometimes I'm like, I can still, so I better do it, because there's other people that are my age that can't and would give anything to be able to do what I'm about to do.
Yes. I feel like I should, you know that Pink song's Raise Your Glass?
Yes.
I kind of feel like that's where we're at. Raise your glass, because we can. And there's so many people that don't get the privilege of, number one, aging.
Yes.
Because there's no alternative to aging except death.
Right.
That's it. So all these people that are chasing the younger stuff kind of doesn't really compute for me, because I want to age with grace. I'm privileged to be able to age.
Yeah.
There's so many people that are denied that. So I'm going to embrace aging. I'm going to do everything I can to make it as graceful as possible, but I'm going to age, and I'm going to be grateful for every single day. And number two, I'm raising my glass for those that, like you said, can't, because there's so many of us that just can't.
Yep.
Just can't. Whether it's because they have a mental health issue, or because they have a physical ailment, or because they still have small children at home and can't.
Yes.
Or because they are raising their grandchildren and can't, or because they're taking care of their elderly parents and can't. I'm going to do that for them and in memoriam to them, in honor of them.
Yes.
Because it's a privilege to be able to do what I do.
Yep. Yep. No, it makes perfect sense. And speaking of music, okay, you sing in a band, or you're a lead singer for a band. When did that start?
2020.
During COVID?
I know. Everything happened. I know. So, fun fact, I used to sing in church whenever I was little. I went to a Quaker church my whole life, and I sang in church like through, whatever. But I never took like chorus or anything like that during school, but I've always been a big fan of music. Music was my escape. Music was essentially my best friend growing up. And I would always, I know I'm the stereotypical, 80s and 90s kid who was sitting in front of the cassette recorder, and I would have one of those Memorex blank tapes, pressing, record right here and then pause, trying to get Casey Kasem to shut the fuck up so I could get the rest of my good song. You know what I'm saying? Like, shut up, just play the song, right? Stop talking.
Yeah.
I don't need you to narrate everything. Right. So, and then because back then, I didn't have the money to like buy cassette tapes or records at that time. But the cassette tapes would have the book on it that had the lyrics in it. Right. But me, I would sit there with a notepad and with a pen and, stop, play, and write down what I thought were the lyrics. I got them wrong a lot of times. I'm not even gonna lie. I got them wrong a lot. But that was my friend. That was my escape. That was my best friend, was music. I would escape through music all the time. And I really enjoyed music. and then I had my kids and, married life and, you work full time and you got to raise a family and you got to do your thing. In 2019, my best friend and I went to a bar. I want to say it was in November because there was like a hint of coronavirus in the news at that point.
Yeah.
There was like little chirps of it. So I know that it had to have been in November or December. So we go to this karaoke bar and there's a sign on the wall right beside our booth and it said karaoke, Ashboro Idol. It was basically a singing contest locally.
Okay.
And she looked at me and she said, if you don't enter that, I'm going to punch you in your fucking face. And I was like, that's aggressive, but okay. So I went over to the bartender and I was like, where's the signups for this Ashboro Idol bullshit? And she was like, it's right here. So I signed up my name and they started their competition, I want to say the end of January of 2020. And it went on for about 6 weeks. Every Thursday I would go. I would have to learn a new song, several songs, because it was elimination just like American Idol.
Okay.
Like they would stand you up on stage and they would eliminate 2 of you bitches.
Okay.
Be like, boo, you're done, right?
In a very intimate setting, like that's probably in a small bar.
Yes,
right?
like and it was a very small bar. Like, and we still play this bar. I'm very close to the owners.
A quick question for you though. Did you sing at like family events or anything? How did your friend know you could sing? And so like in the car.
So I did sing in church. I did sing in church. I was actually a choir director for a little while at the church that I was going to, and that didn't work out. But that's a whole nother story. But yeah, when she told me I will punch you in your face if you don't do this, because she's like, I see your potential. You can sing.
So
do this. Or
okay, she knew you could sing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we used to go to karaoke all the time. Like, she's my best friend and we would do that, like once a month we would go get drinks together and just go to a karaoke bar. But yeah, I entered the contest and I happened to win it.
Wow.
Which was really fun. And I was up against some really talented people in our area. Josh Jennings is one of them. He's a singer-songwriter, and does not get the flowers that he deserves. He's really awesome. But yeah, it was really fun. I had a great time doing it. And this dude called Fox's Den. Weird ass freaking name to have on the Book of Faces, dude. But he kept liking my videos.
Magazine shop.
Yeah, it was so weird. It was so fucking weird. So, after I won, I did debut with the house band for a couple of songs, as the winner of, this contest or whatever. And then the pandemic happened and then everybody was sent home. Well, so I'm on Facebook and this dude called Fox's Den is like liking all of my shit. And then he sends me a DM and he's like, hey, how you doing? I have a band and we practice in my mom's basement and I would like for you to come and be our lead singer. And I was like, no, I don't want to come to your basement at your mom's house. I'll meet you in a public venue though, you weirdo. Yeah. And it wasn't his mom's basement. Just be clear, I just do that because it's funny. It was actually a building out in his backyard that was like the size of like a lawnmower shed.
So also still weird.
Might as well be the basement.
Still weird.
It's still weird. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. It's still fucking weird that he was like. So he told, like, the band was getting ready to break up. Their lead singer had quit, and the bass player and the rhythm guitarist was like, I'm not fucking with you anymore. They had already tried out several singers before and it didn't work out. There was one girl that tried out and she wanted to do just Whitney Houston covers. And that's not what they're about.
Right.
And they're like, I don't know if you didn't understand the assignment or what. Yeah. You're hot and all, but no, that's not what we're doing. So I agreed to meet them at a music studio about an hour from here, from where I live. And it's so funny whenever my rhythm guitarist tells this, because he says that he looked at Fox, which his name is Jeremy Fox, Fox's Den. Get it? He looked at Jeremy and he's like, let me tell you something. If she don't show up, I want to beat your ass. Because he sent him videos of me singing. He's like, yeah, I've seen her. She's great. Well, she's coming to jam with us. No, she's not. Yeah, she is. She is. She's coming Sunday. And he's like, let me tell you something. If she don't show up, I'm gonna fuck your shit up, right? He threatened bodily harm. So when I showed up, I saved his life.
There you
Because
go.
Brett's a big dude.
There you go.
I did Jeremy a favor by showing up. So they had sent me a list of songs to memorize and practice or whatever. One of them was like that song by the Toadies. What's that song? Shit. Make up your mind. Oh, so stupid. Anyway, they sent me some dumb shit.
I can't think of
like
it.
Bush, the Toadies, like just dumb shit. Like you're sending me male vocalists.
Right.
Yeah.
Zero female vocals at all.
Yeah.
And you want me to, okay, so this is what we're doing today. Okay, cool. So I get there. I start flipping through their book of songs that they know. And I come across the Cranberries Zombie. And I'm like, oh, so y'all know this? And they're like, yeah. I was like, all right, let's do that. Because I know that.
Yeah.
Immediately. We vibed. It's like we were meant to be.
That's awesome.
Every single one of us. And we're not just a band anymore. We're not just friends. We're family. Even though the lead guitarist, Jeremy, retired, because I don't think he ever imagined at his ripe age of 50 that we would be playing out as much as we do. I think he thought that we would just be playing in, a garage and having a good time and drinking beer and playing. I don't think he really realized that this could be a thing. So he retired, and we got another guitarist. He's 32. Fuck. But he's fantastic. He has magic fingers. I don't know why he still fucks with us. To be honest with you, he should be famous as fuck because he's that talented. It's so stupid. Like when I say he's so talented, he should be playing with like major recording artists right now. He is that talented. He's so stupid talented.
Wow.
And I'm very humbled that he gives us the time of day, to be honest.
That's cool.
But we've created ourselves a little family. Like we are so tight knit. We can look at each other on stage and know exactly where we're going with something. We know exactly what we're doing, and it's so great. Our families all get along, and it's a wonderful thing. It's like a second family for me, and I'm so incredibly grateful for it. But that was never my intention in entering this stupid contest. I never thought that this would be my life, but here we are.
How often do you play?
And that's we don't play as much as we used to. There was one year that we played 50 shows.
Wow.
No, it wasn't 50. It was 48. It was 48 shows in 1 year.
Jeez.
And that was sometimes a Friday and a Saturday, which is very taxing on anybody.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we don't have the chance to do it so much because both of my guitarists have small kids. And that takes priority, family over anything.
Yeah.
So we always have to work around their schedules, and I don't mind that at all because I'm getting older and I am tired as shit. And every single morning when I wake up after a gig, I'm like, I'm too old for this shit. But then I do it again.
Well, it's so interesting because that took off simultaneously with your content creator career. So you had two very unusual things.
I'm so really thankful that I had both of those things. Yeah. I'm really grateful that I had both of those things because I'm an empty nester. And I think that if I would have not had any hobbies to do, I would have probably banged my head up against the wall.
Yeah. The timing was perfect for you with how everything was going in your life and everything. It's amazing. What's the name of your band?
Killing Fiction.
Killing Fiction. So, and
it's the stupidest fucking name. We're out here murdering books. Like it's so dumb. They put it in a computer algorithm before I came along.
Okay.
And I probably should have looked at them and said, we need to change that dumbass name. But I didn't. I mean, we should be called Beth and the Dad Bods.
I like that.
That would be funnier.
Yeah.
But at this point, we're known locally. So I kind
Okay.
of feel like it would be an oxymoron to change our name at this point because we've been killing fiction for the past 6 years. But the name is dumb as hell. Like, it's stupid.
Do you
Like,
It's
who?
not that bad.
It's
I mean,
What does
that
that
bad.
fucking mean, dude?
Well, sometimes that's the mystique, right?
Yeah.
Of band names. You don't know what they mean. So it's like, whatever. Do you guys
Well,
mainly
apparently
play-
we're out here stabbing books and shit. I don't
well,
know.
there's the
It's
Grateful
fucking
Dead.
weird.
Yeah,
Makes no sense.
that makes no sense.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but whatever.
Where you guys play, is it mainly in your area? Like, how
Yeah,
far do you
we're
go?
kind of local right now. I would like to expand our playing area, but it's, again, we're at the mercy of, the guys in the band that have families,
right.
and we have to respect that. So we have a gig in Virginia in
Oh, cool.
August, which is the furthest we've been. I would love to get down to the beach and play that. And I would also like to get with my guitarist who does write music, and, start recording our own stuff instead of just doing covers, because that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
And we take popular songs, like pop songs and stuff, and kind of turn them into rock music or metal music. Which is fun for us. It's really awesome to turn, like Blinding Lights into something hard as shit. And people
that's
don't
cool.
expect that. They think it's
Yeah.
really cool. They're like, "Oh my God, I didn't see that coming." I'm like, "Yeah, you didn't, but here you go."
That's awesome.
So that's really fun to do. But yeah, that's where we're working. I would love for us to sit down and actually record some covers. And I've talked to Nick about the logistics of being able to purchase the rights to be able to do that. So I have all the information. I just am lazy.
No, you know what though? You have a lot. I mean, the content creator stuff, that's a lot. People don't realize how much time and effort.
It's very time consuming.
It is.
It's very time consuming.
And
I'm a low effort content creator. I'm not one of those people that sits on my tripod and like does that shit. Like, I'm not going to fake wake up. That's the stupidest shit I ever seen in my life. Like, oh my God, hold on. Here we go. Let me do it. 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 Let me set this up. Hit record. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Oh my God, it drives me insane. Like, shut up. You just set up your whole ass tripod.
Yes.
And pretended to wake up, you dumb whore. Stop it.
That's so funny.
Please, for the love of God.
That's the difference though with the GenX content creators, as it's authentic. You guys are,
I know, it's so bad. Like, it's so funny though. I do enjoy some of the content. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But in my brain, I'm sitting here going, "You dumb bitch." Everybody knows
to do that.
that you didn't get up, right? You set up your tripod, you got back in the bed and pretended to fucking wake up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ew. What are you doing?
Oh, it's so true. Okay, so
it's like these guys who like hiking videos.
Oh, where they set up and then they go back.
Set it up and then it's like,
yeah.
I've tried that. It's like, man, it's a lot of fucking effort.
And it's awkward.
It is awkward. Yeah.
Listen, I can't record when my husband's home. I can't do it. I make him go outside. Yeah. I'm like, I got to do a video. And he's like, you want me to just stay out here? Yes, please stay out here because you make me uncomfortable.
Yeah. You have to get in your zone.
It's so weird.
That's funny.
Is. It's so funny.
You have to be in your zone. So we've been laughing through pretty much this entire episode. So that leads me to my question. Have you ever done stand-up? Because you're freaking hilarious.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. I think I'm funny in my own head.
You are funny.
I'm glad that other people find me hilarious. No, I've had the opportunity to open up for Grayson a couple times. And I'm so grateful for that opportunity. Did I ever think that I would be doing stand-up comedy? No.
But here you are.
Not at all. But yet here we are. And I'm actually getting ready to open up for him again in August and in September around here. And, maybe one day we'll see. I can do more than 10 minutes because that's all I got, bitch.
That's a lot of time, though.
That's all I got.
That's a lot
10
of time.
minutes. You never realize how much goes into writing stand-up until you're sitting there doing it.
Yeah.
Being funny on social media is so much easier because you have the option to stop it, erase it, and go back and do it again.
Yeah.
until you're in front of people and there is no pause button and redo, you have zero clue what these people do. And it is so hard because I bombed my first go round. It was fucking terrible.
Why? What happened?
Terrible. Well, first of all, it was a miscommunication with the venue. I was told that as long as I didn't use the word fuck, I was fine. So I didn't use the word fuck, but I talked about a dildo and that was inappropriate. So I was not asked to come back the next day.
Oh my God.
The second time it was no holds barred and I was fine, but I looked down and I saw, Ron and Amy Shirley from Lizard Lick Towing in the front row. I don't know if you ever watched that TV show, and I almost peed myself. I'm not even gonna lie. And I've met them before in real life. I've met them before, but them sitting there like with their judgmental eyes and shit, like on me while I'm on fucking stage trying to tell them a joke. I want you to laugh, bitch. And I almost peed. I'm not even gonna lie. I almost peed. A little bit.
How many times have you been up on stage doing stand-up so far? 2.
That was the only 2 times.
And then you have August and September. I mean,
Grayson loves me for some odd reason. I don't know. His wife says I'm funny. I don't know. I've seen the videos that she's recorded of me, and I'm like, that's cringy as fuck. She's like, but it's you, and you're going to judge everything that you do. You're funny. I'm like,
yes.
Am I though? I don't think I am, but okay.
You're funny.
Did you get people were people laughing?
The second time?
The second time?
But I also feel like it was people that know me and they bought tickets because I felt sorry for me, probably. I don't know. No, I do have a good time. I love to entertain people. I love to have fun. And I've always been comfortable ever since I started with the band. I've always been comfortable on stage. And I've always tried to tell jokes in between our sets, because they're adjusting their guitars, they're doing things, and I've always tried to entertain during that time. So I was already used to being on stage and being in front of a crowd and talking to people that way. But definitely doing stand up is so super different.
Yeah.
So super different.
Do you know what you're going to be doing on the GenX Takeover cruise?
They're probably going to put me like, I don't know, changing trash bags or something. They don't really want me in charge of nothing. I'm just being honest. I don't even know why they asked me.
Because you have a lot of people that would love to meet you.
It's because my husband's already going to be there. He does security.
Oh, I don't think so. No, I think your fan base definitely wants to meet you, and it's a great opportunity for them. And that actually leads me to the question, have you been recognized in public for your content creation as of yet? Do people search you? Does that happen quite often?
I don't tend to leave my house, so unless I'm at a show.
Okay.
But I have had people that follow me on social media come to my shows because of my social media.
Okay.
Recently, we played this big venue with another band at Sunset's Theater in Ashburn. I posted it all over my social media, and I had a couple of people that have followed me for years drive 5 hours from Virginia to my show.
Wow.
That's pretty awesome.
Which was so humbling and so, I can't even describe it. Like, I cried.
Yeah.
That was really awesome. And then another couple drove an hour and a half from like Concord to watch us play. And then they came back this past weekend, not last night, but the Saturday before, because they enjoyed it so much. And
That's
they,
awesome.
It's really weird a little bit, but it's so awesome too, Whenever I was on the cruise, I would have people come up and be like, oh my gosh, Bennett Peach, can we take a picture? I'm like, yes, absolutely. So, I mean, it's cool. It's weird. It's weird.
It's probably
I feel like I'm not nobody, I feel like I just want to look at him and be like, I'm not nobody. I'm a fucking idiot on the internet with a phone,
Yes.
I have a Wi-Fi connection and an iPhone. That's the only reason why you know who I am.
No.
And I'm so sorry that you follow me because I probably put out bullshit.
You're talented, and it's also how you make them feel. you bring something to their lives, to their day.
Well, I hope I do. And I do get messages a lot from people. And I know that they think that I don't read them. Even if I don't respond, I do try to read all my comments and all my DMs. I do see the messages where people like, you're the only reason why I remember to take my cancer or my chemo medicine, or, you're the only reason why I, get up in the morning, which is honestly sometimes very heavy.
Yeah, it is heavy.
For
Yeah.
as a responsibility. Like, I don't know if I really want all that pressure, but also I'm glad I can be that for somebody.
Yeah.
Because they may not have anybody else,
Right.
I've had some negative comments about, oh, not everybody depends on a pill bottle. Well, a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And sometimes I am their reminder to take that medicine.
Yeah.
And, just because you don't live in a pill bottle and you don't need medicine, you don't need a multivitamin, you don't need that. Don't shit on everybody else. Like, if you don't like it, scroll.
Absolutely.
I mean, how
Not
fucking
that hard.
cool.
Yes. Yes.
How cool for you took us from your beginnings to where you are now and just having that impact on people. That's pretty fucking amazing, right? You ever like
It's a wild responsibility.
Yeah,
It's a wild responsibility, and I'm so grateful for where I am. I never imagined that this would be where it would take me, but I'm very grateful for it, and I hope that when I'm gone, that my kids will look back and say that their mom was a bad bitch and that they're proud of me. At the end of the day, that's what I want to do. I want to make my kids proud, and I want to be proud of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm chasing that inner kid that was told so many times that you'll never amount to shit. Well, fuck you.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Absolutely.
What's that song? Look at me now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at me now. Right?
So true. It's so true. It's so true.
So yeah, that's kind of where I am in life now. I want to look back 20 years from now when I'm sitting in the remodeled mall, the remodeled abandoned mall that us Gen Xers have taken over and made a nursing home, because I want us to do that.
I hope we do. I hope we do. I want us to
I need us to do that, because shopping malls are dying, and they got to have something to do with that space. Listen, I'm gonna be in there with my hover round.
Yes, going to Orange Julius,
blasting some, Dr. Dre. Let's go.
I've got a question. You used the word responsibility. Do you feel that? Like, do you feel the pressure of,
Sometimes.
You started off with like, fuck it, I'm going to just throw this up, and whoa, it took off. Now you've got a little pressure, right?
I do feel a responsibility sometimes. Like, if I'm absent for a day, I feel like, oh shit, there's probably somebody that forgot to take their medicine today because I didn't post something,
Yeah.
Because I do get those messages that says, you are my alarm clock to take my meds.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God dang, I didn't realize there was so many so much pressure on my choice whether I post or not today. But so I've started telling people, like, if you didn't take your medicine day, set your alarm,
Yeah.
Because I can't show up every day. I can't. Like, when we're gone to Alaska for 2 weeks, I don't know if I'm going to have adequate Wi-Fi to be able to post. So I'm open.
That's all.
Maybe
that's
I should.
The balance, though. It's the balance with the social relationships and your platform, and because you're just going to continue to grow. So all of that's going to continue to grow. So it's maintaining that balance and those boundaries. Where did the name Bennett Peach come from?
Oh God.
I'm sure
it doesn't matter. It's all public now. I have been asked that a million times. So whenever I was trying to come up with a TikTok name, I didn't know what to write. So I was like, I don't want to use my real name. Who does that? Right? Got to be anonymous on the interwebs, right?
Right.
So I'm from a town called Bennett, and I got a big ass.
There you go.
Bennett Peach. where it's not that deep. That's where it came from. It's so dumb. And I was like, I didn't want to tell people. For the longest time, they thought my last name was Bennett.
Right. Right.
But I didn't want to tell anybody. But whenever my husband, his episode on Moonshiners aired, I was like, the cat's out of the bag now. You know, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So, and I had to use my real name on Facebook in order to pay for the blue check mark verification.
Yes.
So I'm like, you know, what the fuck does it matter? Everybody, if somebody's going to pull up to my house, they're going to get a rude awakening.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, it is what it is. He asked me before he went on the show, he was like, do you want me to use an anonymous name? I was like, it doesn't fucking matter at this point. We're so public.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I think you get to the point where you, especially your platform, it gets so big. There's certain, certain
once you get to a certain level, it's like you can't hide.
You can't hide.
Yeah.
It's now bigger than just you.
So we've talked about, you know, your journey after the kids left and the content creation and the music and the stand up and everything. While you were doing all that, what was your husband still working with the chicken coops? What was he doing along the way?
So he was still working at the chicken farm. We have 7 chicken houses and a total of 130 to 140,000 chickens at a time whenever we have them. And then we have over 100 head of cattle. We have a 150-acre farm. And he fired me from that farm because he said that I'm too emotional.
Can't save every cow, right?
Wait a minute. Are these cows that aren't just pets?
You don't want to know.
No, it's they're Angus beef cows. Is what they're. They're black Angus beef cows.
Yeah.
No, he fired me from the farm because after I left the schools, I was like, well, I'll just come help you.
Yeah.
That'll be fine. I'll just come help you. So I was getting up in the morning. I was putting on my work boots. I was going to the chicken house, helping them walk chickens. And when I say walk chickens, there's a lot of people that don't understand what that means. You walk the houses to look for dead. You look for sick animals. You want to make sure that the feed lines are good and the water lines are good. You're not walking chickens on a fucking leash, okay? And that's what a lot of people are like. They're like, what do you mean you walk 140,000 chickens like on a fucking leash? No, Derek, that's not what we're doing. So anyway, I would get up in the mornings at 6 o'clock. I would put on my jeans, put on my work boots, go with him to walk the chickens. And we had a cow that gave birth to a set of twins. And twins sometimes don't do well with cattle and with sheep or goats or any animal, to be honest. In order for the male to thrive, which brings us more money, we took the female down to the barn to bottle feed her. So that was the plan. Because the mama was not taking care of both. So we took Lucy. I named him. First mistake. So we took Lucy, and then we ended up with Leroy, both of the twins down in the barn. And they ended up getting a respiratory infection, but I was going down there every morning and bottle feeding these calves. And, you know, I would pet them and I would love on them, and they were so cute. Until Leroy died.
Oh, no.
I came in one morning to bottle feed, and he was dead in the stall. And my husband came down there to check on me because I'd been in there for a while, and I was literally sitting in cow shit with this baby calf's head in my lap, crying the ugly cry with like snot running down my face.
Oh, no.
Like apologizing to this baby calf that I could not save him. I'm so sorry. I did everything I could. And he looks at me dead in my face and he goes, you got to find something else to do. This is not for you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what do you mean I could do this? He's like, no, you can't. I spent way more on this calf, saving its life, knowing damn good and well it was not going to survive because of you. You're singing to the chickens.
Yeah.
I can't. And I was walking down those chicken houses going, because I'm happy. Come on, chickens, let's go. Like I was, you know, I'm soft-hearted sometimes. But so he fired me. But whenever the kids moved out, my husband started watching Moonshiners, the TV show, on Discovery Channel. Like, And I don't know what it was. I guess in like 2021, he decided that he was going to go to his first moonshine festival in Maggie Valley called Hillbilly Jam. And it was like the winter jam. And he met Jerry Benson at the Hillbilly Jam, who is a moonshiner on the show. And they became very fast friends. And then my daughter, when she was getting married, was like, Dad, can you, because he had dabbled in making moonshine at that point, bought a still off of Amazon, you know,
Yeah.
and he was like in the back making bullshit corn liquor that wasn't great. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It was like 170 fucking proof, and it felt like fucking acid going down your throat. Don't tell him I said that. Cut that out. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care if he hears that. I've told it to his face. But so my daughter, when she was getting married, she was like, Dad, can you make me some wedding cake moonshine? And he was like, hell yeah. He, in fact, could not, because he bought a bunch of cake mix and put it in the still, and it burnt the batter. And I couldn't get that smell out of my nose for days because it's burnt cake mix. It was so terrible.
Oh my
But so, yeah, he started doing moonshine and stuff, and that's highly illegal in our state. You're not allowed to own the equipment, own the ingredients to make it, own the product, like illegal moonshine. You're not allowed to have it. None of it. It's North Carolina says no, fuck you, no. So he got busted. But that was after he was on the TV show. Like he tried out, or he has submitted his stuff to go on Moonshiner's Master Distiller, and he actually filmed for that show in 2024. And it took 20 some months for them to air his episode. It aired in March of this year, and it's on the Discovery Channel, on the Discovery app. You can get it on HBO Max and Discovery. It's called Jimmy Red Corn Reborn. It's the very last episode.
But so wait,
and he won. He won. He's a master distiller now.
And he won.
Yep.
But did he get busted in between the time of filming ending and the episode airing?
Yes. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It was May of last year, May of 2025. My best friend was here, and her son, who's like 13, was like trying to show me how to use my podcasting equipment because I'm technologically stupid. And he was like, for payment, I would like a pizza, $50, and an aux cord. I'm like, kid, you're an extortionist. What the fuck? So we go down to my band room, and I was like, I have plenty of aux cords. I'll just give you one of mine down there. And while I'm down here, she comes through the door and she's like, hey, you got company. Well, nobody comes to my house without being invited. Okay. We live out in the sticks. She's like, I think you need to come outside. Well, when I open the door, there's 4 alcohol law enforcement agents standing outside my door asking for my husband by name and saying that they have reason to believe that he's making illegal liquor. And I was like, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Never heard of him.
Oh, good for you.
Because snitches get stitches, okay? That's how we work. Right. No, they actually threatened to take me to jail because I was not being compliant.
Wow.
And I was lippy. I can't imagine. But so they took all of his equipment, probably about $10,000 to $15,000 worth of equipment and liquor, 15 gallons of liquor. But all of the liquor, let me be clear, he was never making alcohol and selling it.
Right.
Never, not once. Every stitch of liquor he made was either in practice for the show or for personal use. But that apparently to the state of North Carolina does not matter. You're not allowed to have it at all.
That's crazy.
So they took all of his equipment. They took all of his liquor. Yeah. And he got 5 charges, which we had to spend a shit ton of money in court fighting, which he got out of all of it. They dismissed all the charges because he had contracts from the show showing that he was legitimately on the show. And
that's
and
great.
that he legally distilled with them, and he's supposed to have a legal run coming out this fall. So yeah, it cost us a lot of money.
How come the law enforcement couldn't have done some research and maybe asked you guys for proof and contracts before doing all that?
They don't.
What I feel like happened, because my husband liked to stir the pot on social media and flaunt the fact that he was a moonshiner and things like that. It's highly illegal in the state. I feel like somebody was jealous of the fact that he
Mhm.
got picked to be on the show and they turned him in because they told us up front that somebody had turned him in for making illegal liquor. So I feel
Crazy.
like that's what it all boiled down to. And if I ever find out who turned him in, they're going to get a very thick tongue thrashing from me. Like, I don't believe in physical violence all the time, but I will definitely roast your ass publicly for being a piece of shit because you don't do that.
No.
You know, the moonshine community is so tight knit and it's illegal in a lot of states, but you have moonshine festivals, which kind of contradicts itself a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whatever. And then you have a whole ass syndicated television show that's
Yeah.
nationally and globally aired that, you know, some of it is shot in the state of North Carolina. Like, I don't understand, but whatever.
Yeah.
I digress. The only person that made any money during the entire thing was the lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when is his line out, his legal line of moonshine come out?
We don't know. The distiller is still working with his recipe because what he did on the show, he had to write down every ingredient that he used, his process and things like that. And because he is not a licensed distiller, he cannot legally distill it. It
Okay.
has to be given to a distiller for them to use his recipe and make it. And then he goes in and he approves what they've done or says, this is what I need you to do to tweak it.
Mhm.
So they've already thrown out one because he said, absolutely not. That tastes like shit. This
Mhm.
is not even close to what I did. So we'll have to see.
That's
I'm
good to-
hoping it'll be this fall. So
It's good he has creative control, like that they're letting him.
yes,
take
he
it and
does have
approve it.
creative control to a certain extent. Like at some
Right.
point they're going to be like, okay, you're being picky as fuck.
Right.
I'm sure. Because he's a perfectionist.
Of course.
Is the show that he did, like I've seen that show or moonshining shows where they're like, you know, there's these guys out in the woods in Georgia up in the hills. Is that the same show or like they rent a warehouse and they're
So
moonshining?
the Moonshiners show is completely different from Moonshiners Master Distiller.
Okay.
Moonshiners Master Distiller is a lot of people that have applied to do a competition and
Mhm.
make the best moonshine in front of judges.
Okay.
Moonshiners is a reality TV show where they make
Yeah.
moonshine in the
Yeah,
woods.
Okay.
His is more like that
And that's
show.
all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah,
Every stitch of alcohol that my husband made on Moonshiners Master Distiller was 100% real alcohol.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's almost like
Right.
that show Forged, where they go and they forge a knife or a
Yes.
right, kind of like that same
Yeah.
format. Yeah.
I assume that when his
That's cool.
when his line is going to debut, will you be able to talk about it on your socials?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And
I had to
promote
keep my
the hell
mouth
out of it.
shut for 20 months
Yeah.
about whether he won or not. Because
Yeah.
we filmed it in 2024 in Asheville,
Wow.
North Carolina, in like May or June. And I had to keep my mouth shut for like almost 2 years
Gosh, that's
about
crazy.
the
Man,
fact
the
that my
irony.
husband won this damn show. And I am a shitty fucking secret keeper. I'm terrible.
The irony of
I'm
filming
terrible
in
at it.
Nashville,
Yes,
but
that's
getting
what she said.
yeah,
They
that's
filmed
fucking
some of it
crazy.
in North Carolina. That's
I
why it
know.
doesn't make
Well,
sense.
they did film in a distillery that had
Yeah.
licenses to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
like backwoods.
Right.
Wasn't that the whole concept behind NASCAR was bootleggers in North
Yes.
Carolina?
Yes.
So that's
Yes.
probably why they're so harsh about it. The history there.
Yes. And my grandpa used to run liquor
Yeah.
back in the day. Like
Oh,
he
nice.
bootlegged it. He didn't make it, but he ran it.
Now
Like my
you're
mom was telling me stories about my grandpa, and she would be in the back seat while he had liquor in the trunk, and he was running it all over the place back in the day. You know, when she was a kid in the 60s.
yeah.
So
Wow,
And
what a trip.
Your husband's from West Virginia, I think, right? His family. is?
originally, yes.
So the
Originally,
last
yes.
time we were there, I got moonshine.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
so
know,
it's legal for you to make personal use moonshine up to like 5 or 10 gallons, I think, in the state of West Virginia.
Do you
Zero.
drink the moonshine much?
I don't. I
Does your
don't.
husband? Is that like his
Yes.
drink? Yeah, that's awesome.
Yes,
That's
he
so cool.
does. He likes his so what he won the show with was Jimmy Redcorn. It's a native corn to the Carolinas, like South Carolina, North Carolina, and it was almost extinct. But a certain amount of moonshiners and farmers saved some of the corn. If I'm hoping I'm telling the story correct. He went outside because I told him I had to finish this phone call.
Yes,
And yeah, I was like, take your ass outside. But I hope I'm telling it correctly. I know it's native corn from the Carolinas, and it was almost extinct. And a handful of farmers kept some of the seeds and kept some of the kernels, and they started using it because it's like an oily corn.
cool.
And whenever you go to make liquor out of it, it has like a nutty flavor. If you're a bourbon or a whiskey person, you'll understand what that means.
Yes.
But it has like a earthy, nutty flavor to it, and that is the stuff that he used on the show and won. But he barrel aged it for a year, and so now it's like that really pretty caramel color.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's so sweet. What we had left that the ALE didn't take. But that's what he won with. And that's whenever he was tasting it and mixing it and doing all the things for the show, he said he was effed up as a football bat. Because he kept trying to, like, he wasn't just like swishing it in his mouth and spitting it out. He was like drinking it.
Yeah.
So when he called me and told me that he won, he was drunk.
And it's a different drunk. You're drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what's so funny? Watching the episode now, I can tell that he was drunk.
That's
I can tell. I've rewatched it like several times.
Watch it.
That is funny.
Yeah, I can tell that he's drunk.
That's awesome.
Okay, so for listeners, you haven't crashed a party here. There was a little bit of a technical issue that happened, and so we had have to take a little bit of a break, and now we are back.
Call it how it is. My power went out because I forgot to pay my power bill. No, I'm just kidding. No, my neighbor plugged in her apparatus for pleasure, and it made the whole town go dark. Again, just kidding. No, it's the heat. It's the heat. Sometimes if the heat is so bad and everybody's running their AC and everything else, our power just goes out for no fucking reason at all.
Yeah.
Progress Energy just says fuck you.
Yeah.
But we were so fortunate to get you back, and we get a little bit of a change of scenery. This kitchen for fans of Bennett Peach, you'll recognize these cabinets if you follow her on social media, as you should. So, and we were just about to ask our last question, but before I ask my last question, I always ask Brian, do you have any other questions?
Man, I don't think so. I really appreciate this much time.
Yes.
Your story is phenomenal.
I appreciate that. I feel like I live such a boring life, but then whenever we were sitting there talking, it's one of those things. I feel like everything is boring in my life until I sit there and I tell somebody else about it, and I'm like, oh, I did some shit,
Yeah.
Certainly, you certainly have.
It's kind of cool because when we were waiting, trying to sort out the power event, Nicole, I think she summed it up well. She's like, what an American story. You have an American story of growing up in rural North Carolina, probably out in the sticks, didn't have the easiest life, coming up. You served our country, and we're in a war zone. Bosnia doesn't get much credit, but to be honest, I think we did important work there. Not all of our conflicts in this country have been important. That was pretty important. We prevented a genocide, and you were part of that on the front line. So I don't know. Kudos to you. It's really cool. I love the fact that you sing. You're going to do stand up. And
then the content creation,
the content, and
just reinventing yourself again. Quote unquote midlife, especially the younger generations. They always like to remind us, you guys are past midlife. It's like, no, we're not. But
no. I have a question out of all of that.
Yeah.
Would you have ever thought or imagined that you'd be doing what you're doing, and like we touched on earlier, having the impact you're having? It's pretty crazy, right?
Never in a million years.
Yeah,
I spent so much of my life, and I think a lot of us did, trying to shrink down, be invisible, do the things that we were told to do, excel at our careers, trying to be good parents, and just not make noise.
Yep.
So I think we spent a lot of time like trying to shrink ourselves down to where we weren't noticed. And because I was bullied and picked on as a kid, I definitely tried to make myself unseen because I didn't want someone to judge me. And I don't know what happened. I think I was around 30-ish when I just woke up one day and I was like, I don't care anymore what people think about me. I'm going to be who I am. I'm going to be loud. I'm going to be opinionated. I'm going to do me unapologetically. And that has carried over into this part of my life, this season of my life.
Mm.
And I'm not mad at it. I'm actually enjoying it. I'm having fun, and it might lead to other things, but I definitely did not see myself 20. If I could sit there and tell myself, if I could go back in time at 47 and like get into a DeLorean, right?
Mhm.
And like pull up to 1995 me and be like, let me tell you something. In 2026, you're going to have over 1.4 million eyes on you every single day. And you're going to make them laugh and you're going to make them find joy and you're going to entertain them. I would have looked at my future self and said, get the fuck out of here. So no, I had zero clue, but I'm really enjoying this journey. I really am.
Cool.
And I'm so super grateful to every single person that has decided to engage my content, because at the end of the day, I would not be able to talk to you fine people. You would have never known who I was if it wasn't for the people that follow me, the people that comment, the people that like, the people that share. So without those folks supporting what I do, I would just be another dumbass with a phone throwing stuff into the abyss. So if you're still here and you're listening to this, I want you to know that I appreciate you as a follower, as a supporter of my channels. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
that's great. And
Congratulations on
yeah.
all your success too. It's amazing.
that's a
I
perfect.
appreciate it. It's weird. It's fucking
Yeah.
weird.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, and on that note, my last question is always, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Oh God. In 5 years, let me see. In 5 years, that means I'll be like 52. Um
Listen, that's still
I don't
young.
know.
You're a young
You're a young
lady
one.
right now.
Remember, you're
I don't
a
know.
baby Gen X.
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, I'm hoping that I'm still, doing what I'm doing. Um, I'm hoping that I'm still able to entertain and bring people joy and make people laugh. And maybe I'll have an album out, whether it's cover songs or whether it's written words that we've collaborated on our own. Maybe I'll be touring the country doing stand up. Who the fuck knows? Like the sky's the limit, honestly.
Isn't that the truth? That is the truth.
That's a great
The
statement.
beauty, yeah, it is. And the beautiful thing is the options you have.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, and I'm here for every bit of it. Like I'm
Yeah.
here for every bit of it. I just, I'm hoping my husband has success doing what he's doing. I'm hoping that maybe he'll have you know, a distillery at some point because that's his dream. So maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, the sky's the limit. And I'm here for every bit of it.
And you'll
So.
continue to inspire, your fans, listeners, just continuing to do all those different things that are thrown at you, and tackling them in such a way that it helps others feel seen. It brightens their day. It connects with them. So again, like Brian just mentioned, from where you came from to where you are now, it's really amazing. And I do think it's an amazing American story. But it's also, I still go back to, I think it's such an inspirational story for Gen X, but especially Gen X women, because so many of us, like you just said, we quieted ourselves, we shushed ourselves to do what needed to be done. And our dreams were never ignited, really, if you think about it, until now we're hitting midlife and we're giving ourselves a permission to ignite those dreams and to go for them and not care what others think and realize life is too short. And because we can, we should. And people like you out there doing that help people like us want to do that and give us the courage to do it for ourselves. So, just from one Gen X woman to another, thank you for doing what you do.
Well, I appreciate. Listen, I have had so much fun with you guys today. It was such a pleasure to sit here and chit chat. And God dang, we've been over here for like 5 hours. If that hadn't been for my shitty power, we would probably be still down there in the building, and I'd be sweating my freaking non-existent balls off. I got a serious case of swamp ass. Y'all have no idea.
Listen, we've loved having you and that you've shared your story with us. You know, I know your fans are going to love this because this is a very unusual access to your story. So thank you for that. But also for listeners, I know there's things you've said that others can relate to or that may help them feel seen. So just that alone is also serving. And then this is such a great memento for your children to have in future generations. So I know it took a lot of time, but I think it's going to be so worth it, especially when, you know, you listen to this back. I think you'll be very happy that you have this because it's really an awesome story. It really is. So thank you.
I appreciate you guys asking, and I appreciate you having me on and taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So thank you. It was an honor for me to be sitting here with you guys today. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
and so for our listeners, and for Beth's followers and fans, everywhere you can find her, well, they already know, but everywhere you can find Beth, Bennett Peach will be in the show notes. And when your husband's line comes out for his, I don't know if you call it that. Do you call it a line of moonshine or I'm not sure, whatever, when that does come out, we're going to
I mean, he's standing right here if you would like to ask him.
when it comes out, yeah, I don't know, but when it does, and where is he? Does he want to be on camera? Hi.
Hey.
Can he hear us?
He's been on camera a lot here lately.
That's
so
true.
He's been on a TV show.
He's been on a TV show.
It's OnlyFans. It takes a subscription to get that.
It's not OnlyFans, you crazy. Good grief. Jesus
but
Christ.
when is it called your moonshine? Is it called a line when your moonshine?
A release, but yeah,
There you go.
it's a label release. Yes,
label release. So when that happens, you know, we will repost all the things. So anything you put up, we'll put it out there, and anything, even if you want us to like do a little clip about it, you know. So any push you need, you let us know.
Got to get it to our
Listen, he's 1977 Gen X, so I mean, you're more than welcome to do an interview with Mr. Man over here, and I'll sit in the sidelines.
I was going to ask you, I kind of was going to wait and let him listen to yours to make sure before I jump on him to make sure he wants to do that. But I was going to extend the invite. If you would like to come on and share your life story, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I don't mind doing podcasts. I like it.
Awesome. Okay. So I'll be in touch for scheduling and everything. That's awesome.
Where in West Virginia is your family from?
About 20 miles north of Charleston. Okay. It's a little town called Red House is the name of the town.
My dad was born in Granville, right outside of Morgantown.
Okay. I know where it's at, but a little ways away, but I know where it's at. I really, to be honest, people ask me all the time, and I'm like, I moved away when I was like 9. I don't remember. I don't remember anything about it, really.
Yeah.
We'll be in Charleston.
We're going to Charleston to see Billy Strings in August.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Have you guys heard
he does have a little bit of that West Virginia accent, though, because he says collar instead of color. And he says on, like turn the TV on.
Yeah.
Like there's no I in that word. Like, I don't know what.
Yins, guys? What are Yins up to?
Oh, that's a Tennessee thing. The Yins. That's Tennessee.
Yeah.
My cousins in West Virginia say that too.
Yeah,
like,
that's a mountain.
Oh, is it?
It's a mountain thing.
Is it? Well, I know Tater says Yins all the time.
Yeah, it's like Appalachian mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they say pop.
And actually, Bartolozzi from up in Pennsylvania, he lives.
I've heard him say Yins before, and I thought he was just making fun.
No, he's from the Appalachians, and that's how they say it.
Oh, I thought he was just making fun.
Yeah,
Yins like pop.
I remember remember going up to visit his family one time, and his cousin was like, "Do you want a pop?" And I'm like, "What? Pop what? Like a pop tart?
Yeah.
Popsicle?
Because here we just call
it a Coke.
A drink.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
we don't call it a pop.
Okay.
It was so weird. And she goes, "No, a soda pop." And I'm like, "Oh, you mean a Pepsi?"
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, I'll take a Pepsi. And they
funny.
don't make tea up there like we do here either.
No.
They've got like the tea that comes out of like the
instant
tea.
Yeah,
It's weird. And I ordered a cheeseburger all the way up there, and then she said, "What's all the way?" And I said, "Mustard, slaw, chili, and onions." And they brought me out a cheeseburger that was open with the meat and the cheese, and then the bun over here, and a cup of like bean chili, and then like I don't know what kind of slaw that shit was, but it's like red, like barbecue slaw, I think.
Yeah.
And she looked at me like I had 3 heads, and I'm like, I don't.
They make slaw out of red cabbage. They make slaw out of
it's so weird because what we eat here is a cheeseburger all the way, and it's mustard, slaw, chili, and onions, and it's like hot dog chili with no beans in it, and then like a coleslaw. It's like homemade.
Well, there all the way is lettuce, tomato, onions. Lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise, onions, and pickles. That's all the way.
Yeah, and I can eat it like that, but I wasn't prepared.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, I told her when we left, I said, "Do not order tea in the north, okay? It's not the same thing."
It's not.
It was like some nest tea out of a freaking...
Yes. Have you guys...
It was gross. It was
But I also told her the cows up there, 2 legs were shorter than the others because they walked on the mountain.
Oh, my God.
He did.
And she believed it.
That's
and then when I finally told her the truth, I was like, "Look, they walk out one way and they walk back the other way, so it kind of evens them out."
Oh my God.
Have you guys?
I found her under a rock when I found her.
Yeah, look, he tells everybody that he saves me from the trailer park.
I saved her from the trailer park. Okay.
Well, it was a gravel parking lot, right?
Parking lot, right?
So it's kind
it
of
was
like
a gravel parking lot.
It was a gravel parking lot. Yeah.
You'll have to listen. She told us.
I've given you this life of luxury that you have now.
Well, listen. Okay, so I'm going to be in touch to schedule your episode. Okay.
Okay, sounds good to me.
We'll run dates.
Yeah, get the hell out of there. This is my shit.
Sorry.
Get out.
Well, you can crash his.
Yeah, exactly. I expect that.
Don't think listen, pull your pants up. It's ridiculous.
All right. Well, that was awesome.
You can cut that out too.
We got a little cameo.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm going to cut
I
that
know.
out.
I don't know. I don't know.
So, but again, thank you. And this has been the most fun episode, I swear.
Oh, I guarantee you say that to everybody. It's fine.
No,
fine. I'm going to call you later, and I'm going to be like, "You're a liar."
You can go listen, and if you can make it through, because these are long podcasts, you'll hear I have not said that to everybody.
Yeah.
So,
you cut it out. It's fine. I get it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just messing with you. No, I do. I really appreciated you guys asking, and I've had a good time today, and I appreciate the opportunity. So
I'm glad. I'm glad. Same. It's been awesome. And again, for listeners, everywhere you can find Beth Stevens, Bennett Peach will be in the show notes. And if you want to leave any comments or questions, she will see them. And we always love to hear from you. So please leave them. And we will see you next time. Bye.